spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Gen.G Collegiate Cup Season 2. Tonight, we're gonna have two very exciting series. The first one being Khalifa University versus Philadelphia in the lower bracket. And then we're gonna have the upper semifinals. So I'm very excited. As you can see, I'm gonna be alone, at least for the first game, I believe. Before we get into the teams of the first series, let's have a quick glance at the tournament format. I'm sure you've seen it before, but what's the harm in going over it again? So first step is registration and formation at the universities. You go to the university, you sign up your team, and then there's going to be qualifiers for each of the said universities, after which you join the double elimination bracket that we are casting today. The prize pool being $2,500 split between the three top teams. All right, we're going to be starting soon. And before we do that, I just want to give out a quick shout out to AOC Gaming for supporting the tournament. Make sure to follow their Instagram channel for the latest promotions and product launches, and also check out their products in the Amazon link in the stream description. So, for those of you tuning in after our previous streams, we're going to have Khalifa University and Philadelphia. Both of these teams have had their ups and downs, but they're meeting here to see who's going to be advancing to the semifinals and the finals and facing the winner of the next teams. And let's move to draft. And the draft has already kicked off, as we can see. We're going to have the first ban for the side of Khalifa as soon as the interface loads back on. Okay, maybe we're not as ready as we believed, but as we said, both teams have had their ups and downs. They're going to be facing each other off in this best of 3, and whoever wins is going to be moving to the semifinals and eventually to the finals. So this is how my lovely co-caster Ragnar felt when he streamed alone. It's quite lonely, but I think it's a moment of appreciation for casting together. And we will be in the draft soon enough. Also, AOC Gaming is not actually the only sponsor of this tournament. We also have Aegon Pro, My Saloon, Vibranium. So make sure to check them out as well. And we're going to be joining draft pretty soon. Slight technical difficulties. I hope these will not be many, as we have 2 series tonight. Personally, I'm very excited. I'm sure Ragnar as well would be excited when he does eventually get here. He had an exam today, and I hope that you all send him good wishes for a high grade. And I think we're going to be heading to draft. There we go. So for the side of Khalifa, we have the Diana ban, answered by the Jana ban from Philadelphia University. I'm quite interested to see what the picks are going to be like. Unfortunately, this time around, we don't have as much information about the players and their champions, but I'm sure it'll be an exciting match either way. We have the Vayne ban coming through. Kind of unorthodox bans, not exactly meta-defining. Perhaps the players know more about the other players than I do, which is fine. There's going to be answered by the Mbessa ban. And the last ban for Khalifa University is going to be Shen, it looks like. Okay, it's going to be the Shen ban. And let's see what Philadelphia is going to be banning last. that would be the Jarvan. So Jarvan is banned last, and now the first pick for the blue side for Khalifa University. I'm interested to see if the teams are going to be opting for a scrappy teamfight combo like we've seen for most of the tournament. I remember Philadelphia University has been opting for a lot of those in the last two series. And that's going to be the Caitlyn going over for the side of Khalifa. Okay, but it looks like the technical difficulties persist. But I also persist with the technical difficulties. So it's going to be Caitlyn first pick for the side of Khalifa. Not exactly an ADC you expect in a scrappy teamfight composition. But again, that was only the first pick. Many other things can be picked with it. So I'm gonna get a status check on the slight technical difficulties. That might not be so slight. And I'll be right back.
Heading towards the Texas.
Alright, welcome back everyone. Thank you for the little wait while we fixed our drafting issues. We're gonna be jumping straight into game. And yep, there we go. And a pause. Okay. Well, you know me, I like to sit in Zonia's hourglass. I'm gonna be getting a stat check on why that pause is, but in the meantime, let's talk about the draft. So for the side of Khalifa, we have Aatrox, Wukong, Silas, Caitlyn, and Braum. As I mentioned before, Caitlyn did not seem to indicate that it's going to be a scrappy team composition, but I was wrong. Well, not exactly, but you get what I mean. So with the Braum, Silas, and Aatrox, it's going to be a lot of team fighting potential, a lot of front to back. On the other side of things, for Philadelphia, we're going to have Sett, Lilia, Galio, Ashe, and Melio. Not too scrappy. They have a lot of pick potential, especially with the Ashe arrow and the Lilia bowling balls. So it's going to be a matter of which team can play more to their win condition, because I think the team of Khalifa is going to be better in straight out 5v5s. But if Philadelphia can get picks with those specific abilities, the fights are going to be turning out in their favor. Oh, I love pauses. Alrighty. As for rune setup, nothing too special, pretty standard. We don't have the nameplates on. Maybe I can get the observer to help us out with that. And it looks like it's going to be a ping issue. It should be summoner name, but it's not. Yeah, click save. No, it did not update. Okay. We're going to be calling them by their champion names for this game. Or actually, when the game starts, it might load out the summoner names. As for the ping issue, we're going to see how long it'll be to get it resolved. And there we go. All right. So Braum Caitlyn, pretty strong early game if the Braum can get the passive stacks off. Dash Melio, not so much. All right. A little bit of skirmishing down in the mid lane, couple of auto attacks on the minions. I don't expect much action to be happening until the junglers get their full clear. Aatrox versus Sett in the top lane, though. It's not going to be one of those very fun tank versus tank matchups. So at least there is that. Galio able to get a slight priority for now. Not sure if that's going to translate to something later on. Okay, we have the first push for the side of Philadelphia University. As for the jungler, they're both gonna be, oh, they're actually pathing to opposite sides of the map. So let's see how that's gonna play out. And we have a kill down in the bot lane. The Ashe, well, the Mill is already dead. Ashe is trying to get a kill back. Flash is on top of her. He predicts where he's gonna go with the Q and ends up being a double kill for the ADC of Khalifa. We didn't get to see that much, but very well played, especially with the Q predict. So the Caitlyn is going to be accelerated at least in the early game, and that's exactly what a Caitlyn wants. You can ask me, I'm a Caitlyn player myself. So one thing I want to point out, though, is that the Melio did not exactly, how do I say this, use his summoner spells. So not ideal, but maybe he can use them in the next fight and actually get something in return. We have the jungler of Philadelphia near the bottom lane. And the top flashes on top of the set and gets the kill for the top laner of Khalifa. 3 kills to 1. As we said, the jungler is down in the bot lane. He's gonna be caught out. Doesn't have, well, he does have the flash, uses it, but looks like he's gonna be quite dead. And another kill answered by the side of Philadelphia University. Looks like both teams are looking to gain early dominance of the map. First dragon is spawning in 1 minute. And it looks like Philadelphia is planning to freeze the wave, trying to punish the ADC of Khalifa for the time being. Can we get a look at ball lane? Yes, she does E. I saw her move on the map. Milio flashes on top of her, but the Braum is there on time. And nothing much is gonna come out of that Milio flash. Bit of a skirmish up in the top lane. Slightly Aatrox favored, but Set with the Haymaker can always just one-tap you out of nowhere. Slight wave priority. Not too much action in mid lane for now. Let's have a look at ball lane. Okay, the wave is gonna be, well, almost crashed for the side of Philadelphia. Dragon is on the map. So both junglers are here. The jungler of Khalifa is here. The Q lands on the Milio. Is he going to be able to... Flashes on top of the Milio, trying to get the Braum passive off. Does get it off. The Caitlyn trap, and that's a dead support. Another kill for Khalifa. Looks like they might be winning the bot lane for now. Is he going to transition to something else? The jungler of Philadelphia is here, trying to bait out a fight. Are they gonna fall for it? That's the question. They're both pretty low. And the set is getting, well, pretty much just manhandled by the Aatrox. Cannot finish him off, though. The health regen on that champion is very 200 years of champion design. Alright. Sylas and Galio still haven't reset yet. So it looks like Sylas is gonna be the first to do that. He uses TP to get back to lane. And we see a ward coming down from the side of Philadelphia on the dragon. But I'm not too sure if they want to be setting up for it. So far, 1,000 gold lead to the side of Khalifa University. Nothing too major, but a lead nonetheless. And we have the teleport used by the Galio, like the Sylas, to get to the mid lane. The Sylas is going to be moving into the river, though. Looks for a bit, but decides against it. And I think the jungler of Philadelphia is thinking about starting the dragon. No, he's just taking the Scuttle Crab for now. I don't think he knows that Khalifa's jungler is on the top side of the map. Otherwise, he would have already. Philadelphia's bot lane able to keep the Prio for now. A couple of abilities used down in the top lane. Is it going to transition into a full all-in? Walks away from the Aatrox W. Not for now. Let's have a look down in the bot lane. I think that's where the action is going to be packed next. If you look across the river, you can see a lot more wards down for the side of Philadelphia. And they're able to get the Prio down in this lane, even in kills, slightly ahead in farm. So I think most of the action is going to be centered around here. On the other hand, Khalifa's jungler is now on bot side. Meanwhile, Philadelphia's is in the top side. Let's see if that's going to transition into something. He has the Cyclone available. They do have a flash. Alright. And yeah, he does start the dragon up. Philadelphia's jungler is in the top side. Perhaps there's not going to be a contest. Also, I have some pretty good news. Ragnar should be joining any moment now. Alright, they do know he's on the dragon. Philadelphia's jungler is pulling up as well. Stand behind Braum shield is used. He's getting pretty low though. The Cyclone goes in, the Galio ulti matched by the Silas Galio ulti. He's frontlining for now. A 4-man Galio taunt, followed up by the Lilio. Ash is just gliding in the backline, getting those hits down. 2 kills, maybe 3 with the flash. Yes, it is. 3 kills and the dragon for the side of Philadelphia. Very well played. So despite Khalifa's team comp being better for team fights, they played the fight so much better, especially stacking the Galio taunt with the Ash slow and the Lilia sleep. So it's going to be the first fight going over to the side of Philadelphia. Grubs, Ragnar should be here any moment, by the way. And we have Grubs being pinged by the side of Khalifa. The jungler and the ball lane of Philadelphia don't seem to mind too much. The Aatrox getting the pull down and just 1v1ing the set again. Quite well played. Grubs gonna be started by Khalifa, utilizing their better top laner status. Couple of spells used in the mid lane. Taunt is not gonna land. And he just punches away. Gonna be fine for now, but it looks like the Grubs are gonna be going uncontested for the side of Khalifa. And Philadelphia is gonna be, well, landing a few shots on the tower. They smell the gank. Alright. And Ragnar, I think you're here already.
Yes, I am here, and so far it's really great match, Sovereign. Now here we go on the top. Aatrox is fighting the set, and it is a brawl. What do you think about the top matchup so far?
I think that set might be dead again. You missed the first 2 solo kills on the set, Ragnar, and I think you're just in time for the 3rd one. That's what I think. So, how was your exam, Ragnar? Did it go well?
It has been going really well so far.
I hope it did. So, I'm gonna catch you up while... Alright, a small skirmish, but nothing too important. So it seems like the top side of Khalifa University is high-key gapping the top side of Philadelphia. Not so much down in the bot lane and jungle, so that's where the focus is gonna be. A pretty close game. The objectives have been traded back and forth so far. However, looking at both teams, all the ultimates are up. There is no objective, but if either team is going to be looking for any sort of pick, now would be the time. Maybe the observer can give us a look at the gold difference on the champions. It's going to be X. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, observer. But you just need to click it again. There we go. So, pretty good gold lead, almost 2,000. It might be extending as we're checking it right now. Set uses the W a bit earlier on. A pretty bad trade for him. I already saw it. It was 2k gold for the top laner. However, the farm difference on the ball lane jungle on the side of Philadelphia. Ash trying to glide towards the Caitlyn, but Braum is there with a shield and does not seem too concerned. So the gold is more on the top side of Khalifa, but less on the bottom side and the jungle of Philadelphia. The Wukong is here. It's going to be stopped by the Ash arrow. There's a sleep on top of the Braum's head, but he dashes towards his ADC. And it's going to be fine for now. Ragnar, what do you think of these team compositions?
So far, I think the combo on the combo on blue side is a appearing to be much stronger. That Aatrox is such a lane bully, and to be laning against a champion like Seth, one that does not have much mobility, he can pretty much just shove the wave and keep him away from it as much as he could, and we can see that by the CS difference. Now we have the Lilia bullying the Braum a little bit. The Wukong is moving in though. So looking at the team combo, I really favor KU here, Sovereign.
Perhaps, perchance, the Braum does not get full engaged on. The Melio Q is gonna find him though, and that's gonna be a kill, equalizing the score for Philadelphia. Not many spells used, no ultimates, besides the Ash Arrow she used earlier to get away from the Wukong. And it looks like it's gonna be the Drake started for Philadelphia. I'm wondering if Khalifa is gonna be trying to contest.
Well, even if they try, I don't think it's going to be a good idea. Their Braum died a bit too early, and they are quite low on numbers. That Aatrox can TP at any time, and you do not want to have a team fight with an Aatrox, especially one that is as strong as this one. But Sovereign, I'm looking at the bot lane of KU, and I'm seeing that they are facing a three kills Milio, which, even though he's a support, but that can pose a really good poke in the early game. And with the Ashe and the extended range, it is going to be really difficult to get to them. And now we're seeing a dive on the set. They do pop him, he gets stunned, and the Aatrox finishes the job. But that's an ulti spent by the Braum, and now Aatrox is caught under the tower. He's going to get caught by Galio, but the exhaust goes off. Aatrox is trying to deal more damage. Now the Wukong comes in, and he's still alive. Sovereign.
The mid laner of Philadelphia University tried to get a kill to avenge his top laner, but I don't think the top laner is having a very good game so far. It's going to be the Herald started by Khalifa trying to utilize the set timer. However, the TP is down. The Lilia flashes in, tries to sleep a couple of people down. The Milio ulti is used, and it looks like the first kill going over to the side of the Aatrox. Another is answered by the Wukong. The Silas flashes away, and it's going to be 2-for-1 for the side of Philadelphia. The Aatrox is going to be caught by the Galio taunt. Looks like the damage, that was disgusting. I could not even react on time, and it looks like another kill. The damage on the Aatrox is just, wow. All right, what started off as a good fight for Philadelphia, Aatrox fixed all on his own. 7k on the Aatrox, 3,200 gold lead. That's a very scary Aatrox I don't want to see in fights.
As I told you, Sovereign, when I look at the team comp and I see that Aatrox very fed, all I can think of is, how are you going to team fight this guy? You can get all the anti-heal you want, you're not gonna stop him from doing all that damage. And we saw in that fight how he almost single-handedly turned it all the way out and won it for his team. And now they are probably going to get the position on the coming trap. He might be a bit too overextending here, but no, he is not. He is an Aatrox, what am I saying?
Not only is he an Aatrox, he's a very fed Aatrox. So it's going to be first tower going to Khalifa University with the one objective. They do get the feats of strength. The Ashara tries to find the Silas, goes wide though. And Herald is on the map. Seals the Milio ultimate. The Wukong almost finds the Milio, but he flashes out. The Silas goes back in. That chain was disgusting. He finds the Braum ultimate follow-up, and that's going to be the ADC of Philadelphia dead for now. Another very long chain finds the Lilia, but it doesn't look like it's going to translate into more. The Lilia is extending the fight, though, trying to get the Q passive and the movement speed to kite them. She has the Leandries, using the movement speed again. Doesn't have the mana for another Q, I think. Silas used the Milio ulti. The Galio ulti is joining the fight, but it might be a little too late. Steps on the trap. The Galio 3-man taunt. He's pretty tanky, but is he tanky enough? The fight is still going on for what seems about forever. And blocked by... Oh, but he stepped on the trap anyway. 3 kills for the side of Philadelphia, 2 for the side... Sorry, 2 kills for the side of Philadelphia, 3 kills for the side of Khalifa. And they win out on top. I just want to point out that the Silas in this fight was just amazing.
He did really well this fight. I think he is the reason why he won. These hooks and the chains that he got on both the Lilia and the on both the Lilia and on the Ashe is probably what won him the game, the fight over there. But I do want to point out something, Sovereign. They were able to win that fight without even involving the Aatrox in the fight. He was just pushing on the side lane uncontested, and they still were able to win that fight, and that really does ring danger.
That it does the solo lanes of Khalifa University able to get a 4,000, well actually a 5,000 gold lead for their team. As you mentioned, the Aatrox was not even in that fight, but it was just so mechanically well played by the Sylas and the Wukong. And let's of course not forget the Braum following up. So Dragon spawning soon, who do you think is gonna go to?
Well, looking at Khalifa, they are really strong right now. I think it would be bonkers if Philadelphia tries to contest this Drake, but it looks like they're not. They are pinging on the Rift right now, and they are probably going to get it. But the problem is, if that Aatrox decides to join the fight again, we're going to see Philadelphia in a really, really bad position. So I don't think it's a smart move now that they see that Khalifa is coming in. And as we said, here is the Aatrox. He is TPing, and Philadelphia just completely abandons it. And I think that's so much time wasted.
It is time wasted, Ragnar. Not only that, the Aatrox is sitting on 2 completed items, a half if you count the Caulfield's hammer. Meanwhile, the set hasn't even finished one. He almost has double the gold off the set, and we also see a slight goal advantage for the other members of his team, but it's mainly the Aatrox. So the question is now, Ragnar, how is it possible for Philadelphia to win these fights, and what do you think they should do to try and maybe stop Khalifa from snowballing this game to an open Nexus?
I think what they should be doing right now is avoiding all fights possible. Make sure they play around the map. Maybe get some solo kills there and there. You can see and you can notice on the game so far, we've seen the Aatrox pushing on the side lanes, and so is the Sylas. If they can probably play for solo picks, especially that both of them have huge shutdowns, they can potentially come back into this game and even win it. But the problem would be is if they keep fighting as they are planning to keep fighting, it's not going to go their way. Now they hit an ulti on the Aatrox. They try to get a taunt on him, and they do. That Ashe is doing so much damage. The Aatrox is going to walk away though. He does not have a TP, but that Sylas does. And now they are going to start the Atacon, and they are trying to get it. And I think that's exactly what they needed to do. They needed to try to go for a solo kill. And even though they don't get it, but that Aatrox is so low, now he cannot join the fight. The Sylas comes in now though. The Braum is walking in to get some vision. He does get attacked. He gets a huge ulti. That was beautiful. And they go all in. They are attacking them. But the Khalifa University is fighting. That Sylas is scary. That Sylas is really scary. They do take the Atacon. Is the Sylas going to fall now? He is not. The Galio is though. And the Lilia is getting so low and he dies. Khalifa takes the fight and the Atacon.
Very well played, at least mechanically, from the side of Khalifa University. As you mentioned, the Ashe was able to find the pick of the Aatrox early on, but the mechanical performance of Khalifa is able to bring the fight around. So much damage, a lot of healing and burst potential. They do take the objective and the fight.
Well, here Wukong clearly does have his driving lessons.
He does use that driver's license to take the second tower of the mid lane. 6 towers to 0. For now, the gold lead being, well, 7,000, 8,000 if I'm not mistaken. And it's looking worse and worse for the side of Philadelphia. The longer that this game goes on, the more damage Khalifa is going to be able to dish out in the team fights. However, with those champions, the Ashe Arrow, the Galio ulti, there is still potential to find some picks on the side lanes. If you're able to catch the members of Khalifa out, you should be able to find one good fight, such as this one, but he flashes the arrow. The Lily Asleep is gonna land on top of him, though. Braum is walking up, though. Is he gonna be able to save him in time? Stands behind the Braum. The Galio is arriving as well. The Caitlyn does end up dying, but the rest of Khalifa is here. The Salis finds another chain. Lilia is getting her Qs down. The second chain does not land. Wukong extending the fight. He might be a bit overextended. Lilia is getting Aatroxed in the backline. The Ashe is gliding, and it looks like 1-for-1 for now. The Aatrox doesn't seem to want to let this fight end. The set ultimate into the backline. And another kill for the side of Khalifa. It looks like the fight might be over. No, it is not. Milio is wrong place, wrong time. Another 2 kills traded on each side. But it looks like Khalifa is gonna end out on top once again, and now they're pinging the dragon.
Really well played there by Khalifa, but I think the problem was the Philadelphia overextending in that fight. They do spend the Ashe ult, and they get the Caitlyn flash out of it, and that was enough. But they do decide to go all in under the tier 1 for it, which does not play out very well for them. That did not have his teleport, so he could not have went there on time, and it just plays horribly because you can't dive an Aatrox. You can't dive while an Aatrox is around. You can't dive when a very fed Silas is out there, and now they are even more fed. They do get the kill on Caitlyn, but was it really worth it? I don't think so.
I don't think so as well, Ragnar. One thing I want to point out as well is the Silas does have a 1k shutdown, but he is getting that Zhonya. He has the broken piece of it. And another thing to look at is the build that this Aatrox is going for. He doesn't care about surviving in the team fights. He's relying on the healing and on his team. He's more focused on one-shotting the entire team of Philadelphia.
As he should, I think. Trying to snowball the game is the right play for the Aatrox. But what makes me worried when I look at his build is, what if this game drags out a lot more than this? What if this game goes 40 minutes long? It is going to be very hard to get kills on the Aatrox. Now Set is falling very low. It does have his W, but he does not have time to use it, and he falls. And that's another kill for the side of Khalifa.
Another kill it is. And they might be looking to start the Baron off the pick on the set. Caitlyn is just, hitting it over the wall. She changed her mind, though. And Baron is started, and it just might go uncontested. I don't think they know. The Ashe ulti to Scout is gonna be down. They do know now. But I don't think there is much they can do about it with their jungler on the bottom side. And that's Baron going over to Khalifa University, making it a 10,000 gold lead. We have the Sundered Sky on the Wukong, the completed Zhonya for the Silas, and Caitlyn is getting close to that 3-item power spike. It just might be over for Philadelphia unless they can pull off a miracle.
I do want to point out though, Sovereign, that's what we were talking about with Philadelphia. They are using their abilities in the wrong place. I will explain why after this kill on the Aatrox. Aatrox doing so much damage for the stage. He is holding on his W though, and he is not using it yet. Now he used it, but that's barely any damage at all. He tries to clear the wave, but it's nothing at all. And the reason why I was saying that they're using their abilities in the wrong time is that basically Sovereign, every time they try to go for a play, every time KU is going for an assured, oh now there's a dive on the Milio. He is getting one shot. That Aatrox is way too strong. He does dash under the turret though, and now Ashe is getting chunked so heavily. That damage! Just wow. That's what happened.
That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage from the Aatrox. 11-1 and 2. Very dominant performance. And I think that just might be game. Yes.
They're not ending.
The first game goes over to Khalifa University. GG. See you all in Game 2 draft. It looks like there is two of me. I appreciate that our lovely production side knows that me and Ragnar are twins. It was very lonely without you, Ragnar, I have to admit. Now I know how you felt the other day when you had to cast alone.
Well, it does sometimes feel bad when I get away from you, Sovereign. So good thing that now there are two of you, so you can conversate with yourself, and I'm sure it's not gonna make much difference.
That indeed, that indeed. All right, see you all in the next draft. We will be back after a short break.
Okay. Mystery. Drop the bass and hide away. I count money every day. Darkness in my vision's always night. It ain't ever day. the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas.
a strong start. Heading towards the payload.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to game 2 of today's first game. So, we have unfortunately missed the first of the bans, but we'll go through them real quick. We have for the side of Khalifa University, we have Jarvan on the jungle, and it is going to be APC Ziggs playing with Nami. And the top lane they got Mordekaiser, and in the mid lane they have Yone. And on the side of Philadelphia, they got the Malphite on top, Zinzao on jungle, Ari in mid, Nyla and Nautilus in the bot lane. So here we start and we see some early skirmish in the bot lane, doing some good damage on that Nami, but that Nyla is also not looking any great. Nyla's now flashing in on level 2, flashes out the Nami, and not bad by them. Good try to get the play. I think he hooked the minion though over there, unfortunately for him. And looking good so far. But in my opinion, a damaged Nami is much less unfortunate than a damaged Nyla in the early game. And in the top lane, it is going to be interesting. Mordekaiser against Malphite. Obviously, we've seen both champions quite a bit in this tournament. I am leaning more towards the Mordekaiser, but what do I know? Both players could pull out a miracle and they could win this easily. So let's see what is going to happen. Mordekaiser tries to go there, and he does deal some damage on the Yone, and
He dealt some damage, Ragnar. I just want to say, quite the different team comps we have in contrast to last game. It's going to be slightly teamfight heavy for the side of Khalifa. Likewise, looks like this time around, Philadelphia opted for a scrappy teamfight comp as well. So, first game went to Khalifa, quite a dominant performance, and it was mostly by their top laner, which we do not have the nameplate for the moment. It's gonna be early prio taken by the side of Khalifa in the bot, and we have a gank in the mid lane. Ari holding on to her flash for now, and decides to just walk away. A gank going on in the bot lane. Nautilus lands the hook on the Nami that doesn't have the flash, and it might be a kill. Another kill could be answered for it, and it looks like gonna be 1-for-1 for now. Could be 2-for-1 for Khalifa. The Ziggs flashing in to trade one kill for another. 2 kills for the jungler of Philadelphia. This Zinzao is off to a great start.
well played there by Philadelphia, recognizing the weakness on the side of the Ziggs Nami. They are pretty low to be pushing that much, and the Zinzao sees it and he goes for it and cashes out with 2 kills. Really good plays in the early game. I really like the combo of Philadelphia, but I am more lenient towards Khalifa. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking the first 2 kills on the Zinzao are going to be quite important. If he can keep forcing good ganks and perhaps accelerate even further, because, you know, Zinzao falls off quite heavily in the mid to late game. So if he can push this lead further on, maybe secure some early objectives, it could turn out great for them. On the other hand, I'm going to keep an eye out on the top lane. Mordekaiser, or rather Aatrox last game performed very well, so we're going to see how he's going to perform this time around. He almost has double the CS of the Malphite so far, and first dragon is live on the map.
Nami here trying to go for a play on the Nautilus. The Ziggs does... Oh my god! The Nautilus does miss his Q and he hits the wall. Now the Nala is trying to escape. A lot of damage being done on the Nami though. I think she's gonna fall, and she is. Now the Nala is the one taking the damage, but Zinzao is here to save the day and he gets the kill on Nautilus. And that's another 2-for-1 in the bot lane.
As we said, Ragnar, Zinzao showing up again at the right time. The bot lane of Philadelphia, a little bit, I don't want to say angry, but determined after last game to make this go to game 3. 2 kills go over to the side of Philadelphia, and potentially the dragon now. Ari not opting to push out the lane too quick. Nami's going to be hovering over here. Both ADCs are not in position. They're going to be leaving the dragon for now, turning on the Nami. The hook lands with the absurd hitbox, and another kill for Philadelphia. This Nautilus has 100% kill participation, by the way.
Really well played by him in the early game, and now they are going to start the Drake again. And there is not much room now with the support dead to contest that dragon. They're probably going to get it, but again, they're leaving it, and now they are looking for the dive on the Ziggs. They are doing exactly what you said. They are trying to snowball with their lead on the Xin Zhao, and that's exactly what they do. The Nautilus is going to leave alive, and the Xin Zhao is not taking much damage to mention. The Mordekaster is here though, and he is looking angrily at the Xin Zhao. He has his ult, and he goes for it. He does not ult though, but the Nami takes the shot down.
Quite unfortunate. Nami ends up getting the Xin Zhao's shutdown, and we also have the teleport invested into that play. So it ends up being a net loss, at least for the Mordekaiser. We see his ADC, pretty good macro, knowing he should go top lane to cover. Doesn't get most of the wave, but all good for now. Grubs are going to be spawning soon, so that's going to be 2 objectives on the map. I'm curious to see if the teams are going to be contesting the same objective with this slight lane swap going around, or if they're going to look for cross-map trades.
In my opinion, Sovereign, and the best thing Khalifa can do right now is go for that Drake, even though they are going to lose the Grubbies for it. But they do have the Mordekaiser to contest on the Drake, and they do have the Ziggs in case anything went south. They could try to steal one of the Grubbies, but we are seeing that they are trying to play way too overconfident. Philadelphia trying to use that Xin Zhao a bit more than they should, and that will waste them some time. So maybe after getting this Drake, if he does play that late, the Jarvan could try to shift and try to steal one of the Grubbies. But we're gonna see how that's gonna play out, and it is going to be interesting from now on.
Looks like both teams are going to trade the dragon for the grubs. However, they're all joining the fight for the last grub here, trying to deny the termite spawn. The Yone ults in, lands just about on nobody. The Jarvan gets a 3-man though. He's alone for now, might be a bit overextended. The Xin Zhao ultimate bringing so much value. 1 for 1. For now, Ahri has one more dash. Gets away, but the flash Q from the Yone, able to find her and maybe find the Malphite as well. No, a rock to the face. It's going to be 2 for 2. Well, 3 for 2 for the side of Philadelphia. Pretty good for both teams, but slightly Philadelphia favored.
Well played there. As I told you, Sovereign, they are going to go and try to contest for that one grub. They do play it, unfortunately not the best, but they do get the grub out of it, and we could go back now and we can see how they still keep going. Even though they could have left with the grubby, they go for one more kill on the Ahri. But that is a really scary looking Ziggs.
That it is. The Nautilus finds the hook between the minions. This Yone has no ultimate, has no flash, and it just might be dead. Yep, that's a pretty dead Yone, giving Philadelphia almost a 2k gold lead for now. This Nautilus is looking quite dominant so far, able to find the picks, roaming around the map and being at the right place at the right time. Gives you a huge advantage. You know what else gives you an advantage, Ragnar? Having an AOC Gaming monitor. A huge shout out once again for supporting the tournament. Make sure to follow their Instagram channel for the latest promotions and product launches, and as well check their products in the Amazon link in the stream description.
That was genius. Well, now we do have a play here in the top lane. TP invested by Philadelphia, probably to protect their ADC. They are going for the third Grubbies now, but Jarvan is there and he is not gonna let them take it for free. So is the Ziggs and the Nami, and they are trying to catch someone off guard here. They do jump on the Ahri, but she ults out. She has another charge on her ulti, so she's gonna escape safe. Jarvan is going to flash out too. Leone is here now, and he could look for a huge ulti in this fight. And there goes the Ziggs ult, and there goes the Yone ult. He gets so many people, but he does die. So much damage. And now the Xin Zhao is low. Jarvan is the one who gets the kill, but now Neela is free hitting. And Jarvan is going to send her off the wall with a blast, and the Ziggs is going to die in the top side.
2 for 2. an equal fight, and I just love the fact that both teams have opted for a strategy of just let's team fight and let's see who comes out on top. Who can land their spells better? Who can one-shot the enemy backline faster? And it looks like for now it's going to be slightly Philadelphia favored, but a 1,000 gold lead is not much. We have a fight down in the bot lane. Malphite just coming out of Brazil. Both of them low, and looks like it's not gonna turn into much more.
I do want to talk about the Nautilus a bit more after this play. You can see how the Ahri here played her ult perfectly. She used her charge to escape the knockup from the Jarvan and the second charge to escape his ulti. But look at this here. Even though they almost get a picture perfect combo, they do still go out with casualties. And I think it's a pretty good play over there by Khalifa in general.
Indeed, Ragnar. We have Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. Not much of a gold lead as we mentioned. So let's see who's gonna position where. We have the jungler of Philadelphia going for a slight invade. Alright, the Ziggs ult being thrown to clear the wave, denying the plates for the ADC of Philadelphia. Dragon is gonna be live any minute now, and I don't think Philadelphia is looking to contest it. They're looking to maybe get the first tower or dive the Ziggs, but he is well aware of that.
Well, now Philadelphia are going to potentially get a free Drake here. Leona is good playing the safe side. He does spot almost their entire team going towards that dragon, and there are only Nami and the Jarvan. But now Yone is moving, though he is quite far. He jumps in and he does steal the Drake. The Jarvan now is jumping in a bit too deep though, so he might die. He gets a really good ulti, and the Yone does too. But he goes back behind the wall, and look at this Mordekaiser shredding everyone. He does attack the Nami now. She flashes out, but it's the Ahri. But is she going to live? He does take her to Brazil, and that is going to be one very dead Ahri. Well played for Khalifa.
Three kills for the side of Khalifa. We can see, we thought they were not going to contest. Xin Zhao does contest, goes in, gets the dragon, and it's an okay fight for now, but the bunch of combos and the ultimates being pressed after that, the layering of the CC, the Mordekaiser staying full HP with the passive on the entire time, is able to bring a winning team fight to the table, equalizing the gold lead.
You really don't want to try to fight in a pit or in any tight place around the map with that team comp for Khalifa. Look at them. They have a Mordekaiser, they have a Jarvan, they have a Yone, they have a Ziggs, and they have a Nami. Their team comp says, please get close to each other so we can kill you all at once. And that's exactly what Khalifa is trying to do. And so far, it has been working for the last two fights. And now they are looking to be contesting on this on this Rift Herald. And we are going to see how the next fight is going to play out.
As you mentioned, Ragnar, the choke points in the river, the pits, the Baron pit, are going to be very crucial places of control, because if Khalifa is able to force Philadelphia into those spots, even if they're slightly behind in gold, which they were, not anymore, if they all just press R at the same time, it's almost a guaranteed winning fight for Khalifa University. Love the call out from you from there, Ragnar. So it's going to be a matter of who can get to these choke points first, who can establish control over the river, and both teams posturing towards the Herald for now.
You know what Philadelphia could do, Sovereign? They could try to get blue trinkets to make sure and give the control of the river and try to retake it to make sure that they do not get captured in any choke points around the map, especially the pits on objectives, because these blue trinkets could be very crucial to retake the choke points, to retake the objectives without having to be first on the river.
That is one way to go about it. It could be a method. However, as I'm looking at the trinkets of the side of Philadelphia, not many blue wards for now, only one on the ADC. So it could be used to scout out position. Both teams just kind of dancing around the mid and top side of the map. The Mordekais are almost all in. The Nyla, he doesn't know that the Xin Zhao is here. I don't think he cares that much. He has the ultimate. Is he going to use it before the fight explodes? He does take the Xin Zhao to Brazil, and I think he might be dead. The Jarvan follows up on the backline, though. That's going to be 1-for-1 dead for now. The Jarvan trying to force much more, but he dies before his team can follow up, and the Nami is going to be caught. The Malphite, on the other hand, switches targets, finds the Ziggs in the backline, is going to get away for now. The Nami is still on the edge of the fight. The ADC dies as well. A back and forth fight extending for the millionth time. Great ulti by the Yone out of the pit, and another flash. Very well executed mechanically. It's going to be 3-for-2 for the side of Philadelphia. I love the energy.
Philadelphia is fighting back. They are not going down yet. They are doing their best, and they are fighting some really good picks at the beginning. The fact that they just send it all in on a Mordekaiser, by the way, one of the champions that can turn a 5v1 into a 1v1, finding it out and seeing the angle and still going for it and killing the Mordekaiser early on does give them a huge lead in the upcoming fight. And from there, everything just falls apart. But I do want to highlight, though, really great ulti by the Yone.
Very much so. He seems to be very proficient with the mechanics of the Yone. It's always nice to see a Yone who can play the champion properly. A lot of potential value in the team fights. And it looks like it's going to be skirmish after skirmish for both of the teams. Neither team has claimed the feats of strength just yet. So we have one objective, well, two objectives for Philadelphia. If they're able to get one more, okay, we have a fight in the top lane, but it's more like the Mordekais are taking Nyla on a trip somewhere. The Xin Zhao is going to follow up, right place at the right time, and the Mordekais is going to be going down. Kill, traded for kill. However, Khalifa is going to be answering with a Drake on top, so I think it ends up being worth.
Oh, that Xin Zhao, though, is falling very low. Is he going to die for the Ziggs? He does. He gets hit by the tower. Now the Nautilus is in a scary position. The Ahri is moving up on the map, though, and the Nautilus is going to be safe. But well played by the Ziggs there. He saved his tower, and he got a free kill on the Xin Zhao. So really well played on him.
Ziggs not afraid to walk up, even though he knows that he's at a numbers disadvantage. He knows his team is taking the dragon, and he denied them the first tower and is able to get the first tower of his own. I think that gives them feats of strength. Not yet, though. They only have two objectives. So they need either another objective, which could be this right here, and that will be feats of strength going over to Khalifa. Not much value early on, but once you finish those builds and those core items, the boot stats, the upgraded boots, give a lot of value here, Ragnar.
That they do, and now we are seeing EU trying to respawn with the Arakan, and it is going to be pretty hard to contest, but they are getting shredded by this Arakan. Now we're seeing a TP coming in from the Mordekaiser. Everyone is moving on him though, and they are going to one-shot him before the fight even starts. Shelvin is going in now, but he is a bit too deep. Good ulti by both the Yone and the Ziggs, but the Yone kind of pulls them away from the Ziggs ulti. And now this is a free Arakan and a disaster for KU.
The fight is still going on right now. They're trying to get more. Are they looking for too much? The Malphite might be dead to the Liandry's for now. The Ziggs able to survive for now. Kiting back with the Nami. Xin Zhao has the ultimate triple kill for the Ziggs. Able to equalize much out of that fight. But it's still gonna go the way of Philadelphia. Getting the ace as well as the Arakan. Maybe we can get a replay of that fight.
A replay would really be really good here. Look at this. The ulti now. I want to focus on both the ultis of the Yon and the Ziggs. here you see Leone took them all out of the center of Zig's ulti, and that took away so much AoE damage. It could have really changed the fight. What do you think about that, Sovereign?
I think that's true, but the main point of that fight that I saw, Ragnar, was the Mordekaiser TP'd in behind, but he didn't have his ult ready, and Philadelphia made the right choice of collapsing on top of him before his team could join him, basically turning the fight into a 4v5, which they did. The Jarvan tries to get to him on time, but is not able to, so it ends up being a 3v5 fight, and overall, a winning fight for Philadelphia. 2k gold lead up for now. The Ziggs does get hooked and then ulted by the Nautilus, but a lot of fuel coming down from the Nami. The Xin Zhao ults, the Jarvan just might be caught out once again. Flashes followed by the Xin Zhao flash of his own. The Xin Zhao ends up being the one dying though, denied the kill pick. The Yone gets one, tries to find the other, just might be able to, and barely gets out of 50 HP, but it was the Yone who got it actually. Triple kill. Huge picks for the side of Khalifa.
Well, if they lost the last fight, they are going to this one. Look, they go all in on the Ziggs. He does survive the initial attack. And then, I want to look at the Jarvan. Again, he goes in too deep. Even though his team still wins, but that was really dangerous of him. The Nautilus gets caught, and then soon after, the Nyla dies to the red buff. Other side.
Overall, a pretty close game. Both teams scrapping out those fights. It was, well, back and forth, but a slight edge over to Khalifa in terms of gold for now. One thing to pay attention to is the gold on the Ziggs. 3 items so far. It looks like there's going to be a fight. Jarvan is caught, or is it the other way around? The Nami ultimate goes in. The Xin Zhao uses his ult of his own. Ends up being the Yone dying for now. The Xin Zhao is still surviving in the fight. 2 down on the side of Khalifa. 3 if you count the Ahri pick. And what started out as a pick ends up being a losing fight for Khalifa. Very intense game we have on our hands, Ragnar. And I don't see either team being the clear winner yet.
There is no clear winner yet, but let's talk about that last fight. The first question after this though, they are attacking the Xin Zhao. He does ult him now. Mordekaiser is taking Xin Zhao to Brazil, and he's doing some serious damage. He does have his W still. A great ult by the Ziggs, making it 1-for-1. Really well played by both teams over there. And I do want to go back for the last fight, Sovereign. Why were they fighting is the question that comes to my mind. They were fighting for a blue buff, Sovereign. That's the kind of game we have on our hands. They want every single disadvantage that they could get.
And just as you're mentioning, why were they fighting for the blue buff? Now they might be fighting for the chickens, Ragnar. Are they going to? It doesn't look like it. A bigger reason to fight, the dragon, is on the map right now. Philadelphia with control of the river. So far, the Yone barely is out of the Ahri charm. The Nyla decides to take things into her own hands, follows him up with another dash. Does she have another? He ults out. Is able to get out once again. And Khalifa is using the cross-map pressure. The Ahri might be dead. No, flashes out. A lot of flashes and dashes going around in the fight. The Nami ultimate comes through. So does the Nautilus, but it looks like a fight with no fatalities for now. Mordekaiser doesn't seem too happy about that. He doesn't have the ult yet, but is determined to kick Philadelphia out of the river and maybe get control of those choke points we talked about.
I do want to talk though about the Xin Zhao. There has been quite a common mechanic with Xin Zhao these days where you use his first 2 auto attacks of the Q to be able to get the instant stun, and I haven't seen him using it yet. And I think if he used it right there, he would have actually killed the Ziggs with the rest of his team. But now they are going for the Drake. They're gonna get contested. The Jarvan is going to steal it, and that's all of them inside that small pit. But they are not going to fight anymore. The Mordekaiser does get another kill of his own, but he is going to fall. And that's 2-1 with a Drake. But that Ziggs was solo pushing. He got 1 tower and the inhibitor.
So the jungler of Khalifa knows his Ziggs is taking the inhibitor, and he takes the 50-50 play to go in and takes the dragon. Even if he ends up dying, the gold that they got on the map, plus the inhibitor, is just so worth for the side of Khalifa. I love the confidence by the jungler to go for that play, even though he was getting something on the other side of the map. And now looking at those Ziggs items, he's almost 4 items with 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. Gonna be able to dish out a lot of damage to the side of Philadelphia. They're slightly AP favored, but with proper execution, that's not gonna matter too much. Very intense game, as we mentioned before. The gold lead is almost identical, and I think the big fight that's gonna end up deciding the game is coming soon, Ragnar.
Well, both teams are grouping now around that Baron, and both of them are looking very greedily on it. The Yone is still pushing in bot lane, so I am going to be afraid if they go for it here and he does not TP in time, or he TPs in the wrong place. That could end the game for them. But now Malphite is going all in on that Nami. They do one-shot her though. The Ahri gets the kill, and that's an ulti spent by the Malphite and the Ahri. Yone got the bot lane tower, but now Khalifa is trying to go for a play here, but it's not really a good idea. Ahri goes in with the ulti, tries to get one, but
the Xin Zhao is able to find the Ziggs and the Jarvan off the side of that play. Even though their mid laner is getting the bot lane inhibitor, it ends up being a good fight off of those picks. 2 inhibitors open, potential Baron for Philadelphia. The Nyla is trying to get that Mordekaiser off the Baron. He ults the Malphite. Even if he does kill him, that's not very worth. He's going to be dead right after, as you can see. The Yone TP's in, has the ultimate, but he decides to give over that Baron and not lose any more gold.
really good job there by the Mordekaiser in my opinion. Even though he does die, he takes a 1-for-1 to deny one possible Baron buff, Sovereign. So I do think it is worth it, but my eyes now are going to be on how are they going to defend against 2 lost inhibitors. So even though they get the Baron buff, Khalifa did not really lose much on the map.
They did not lose much, Ragnar. However, the Baron buff alone gave Philadelphia a big gold lead. And now the thing is, let's say you do have 2 inhibitors open in your base. That's a disadvantage if you're behind in gold. However, if you're ahead in gold and you have wave clear like the Ahri and the Nyla, if you consider her AoE, that means you get to farm super minions for free. It might be a bit harder to push out the lanes with the Baron, but it could be a potential gold injection for the side of Philadelphia if they play it right.
Could be indeed. Now we are watching a possible siege on the bot lane tower. The Ziggs, even though he does a lot of damage, is not going to be able to stop this wave alone. So the Mordekaiser is now moving in. But look at the position of that Nautilus. He could have easily caught him there. Even though they might have not had the damage, a good poke is still always welcomed. They do defend the tower eventually, but they do lose half of its HP. And now another siege is going to be started on the top side, but that's what I was talking about. This Malphite does not have the Baron buff, so this siege is going to be a lot easier to get rid of.
That is very true, Ragnar. I just want to take a look at the Ahri. We talked about the Ziggs, now let's talk about the AP carry of the side of Philadelphia. Sitting on 4 items, 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, has the Zonia ready in case he goes in too deep or if he wants to bait out some kind of spell or a kill. Now both teams posturing towards the river, 15 seconds on the Ocean Drake, and Khalifa is sitting at Soul Point. If they're able to walk it to river first, this might be the fight they need to pull out ahead in the game.
And now both teams are posturing in the in the bot side river. Mordekaiser is looking. He does get the Nautilus with his hook, and the Nautilus is gonna flash, but he is still going to die for the Ziggs. And now the Ari spins her flash, sorry, her ulti to run away from the fight. And now they are in a really good position. But there goes the wombo combo, and they just disappear. Khalifa gets absolutely one-shotted. Every single one of them died. And now the Nami is looking really, really, really dead for me. And that's another Drake secured for Philadelphia. And look at this replay, Sovereign.
The positioning of Khalifa, they get the initial kill, but the Ziggs and the Nami, the backline of their team, were just on the wrong side of that fight, being immediately one-popped, and I think Philadelphia might just take that fight and end the game with it. They have 3 minions, a cannon, and a dream. The Nami is just one-tapped once again, and Philadelphia able to bring us to game 3. Well played.
That is game 2 going for Philadelphia 1-1, and we are going to see a game 3. Sovereign, that game was amazing, and I cannot wait for game 3.
Very, very true, Ragnar. A very intense game. Both teams showing up better performance than the previous game, and it looks like it's going to be an even more intense game 3. We will see you all after the break.
All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the last and the final game in the series between Khalifa University and Philadelphia University. We're gonna be looking at draft this time around, putting our faith in God and in Riot Games that it does not crash again. So here is to that. We have a couple of bans and picks going on already. Ragnar, why don't you tell us a bit about those?
So far, we see the Braum Kaisa locked in by Khalifa University, which is a very strong combo in the bot lane and throughout the tournament. And as a response, we see Emilio and a Smolder, which I don't much like as a response against these two champions. Obviously, the Braum has a lot of value against the Smolder. And on the jungle for Khalifa, we see the Viego, and there are two picks. There are the Jax and the Malphite. So it's quite a scrappy and full engage comp by Philadelphia. But so far, that combo on Khalifa University is looking much more stable, Sovereign.
I like that point of view, Ragnar. The only time we've seen Smolder in this tournament so far, I believe, was in the last series, and it was Teddy trying to take the Smolder and basically turn it into a 1v5 machine. I don't think that's the team dynamic that Philadelphia University have as well. So it's going to be a matter of execution. Once again, we have a front line for the Smolder, Malphite, and a Jax. Meanwhile, Khalifa University gonna be opting for the I was gonna say front to back, but it's mostly just front, because once their front line goes in, the Kaisa and the Akali are gonna be following through. So once more, a very teamfight heavy composition for Khalifa. Not as much for the side of Philadelphia, maybe a bit scale and then just win off Smolder. And the last pick is gonna be the Ari. So I don't know, Ragnar. I don't like Philadelphia's team comp.
I really have to agree with you, Sovereign. This team comp is looking really weird. Taking the Ari is a counter pick for their Akali, but what does she really bring into this game? Because you're just stacking value over value for that Braum, and I don't think it's a good idea to give a champion like Braum and a support like Glorious all that value. We've seen what he can do with the Braum pick in game number 1, and we've seen what he can do with the Braum pick last time. But what I want to highlight is Gnarly on the Akali. He was the reason of winning the last time, if you remember, against the Smolder. Is he going to do it again?
We're gonna find out quite soon. Draft is concluded, in my opinion, and in Ragnar's slightly Khalifa heavy, but a draft without the execution means just about nothing. And we're gonna be going to the match, and I think those might be the stats from the previous game. Okay, there we go, there we go. It's fixed now, it's fixed now. Great stuff, and the game is gonna be starting soon. But would our games really be our games, Ragnar, if we didn't have a slight pause in between?
Well, it absolutely would not be. Again, it is your favorite time of the game, Sovereign. It is the pause. But the pause does not continue for too long, so we are lucky to be now in game number 3, Khalifa against Philadelphia.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
All right, both teams are on the map. A very standard cover from both sides. However, the Braum and the Kaisa, very strong early game, versus Smolder Melio, quite the opposite. They're going to be sitting in the first bush, and they're going to be looking to apply pressure early on this Smolder. It's not Teddy this time around, but the plan is the same. Shut down the Smolder before he gets online, and we're going to find out just how well can Khalifa execute this game plan. All
Oh,
right,
they don't
we
see
have
them.
they don't see them for
No.
now.
Oh, they're gonna fix check. He flashes out. Now the Kaisa is attacking the Milio. That Smolder is taking so much damage though. And that is not looking very good so far.
The Smolder using his flash in the first 2 minutes of the game is not what you want to see if you were Philadelphia. However, there's not much pressure to be applied on him until the jungler comes around to the bottom lane. In the top lane, Ragnar, we have Malphite Ornn. You know, much excite, very hype. So our observer, slight push for the side of Khalifa University. I was gonna say our observer shouldn't bother looking there too much. I know it was the directed camera, but I just mean in general. So back to the ball lane, we can see the HP bars of Khalifa going down a little bit. Again, they're playing almost 2 melee into 2 range, but a Braum Q at the right time could mean the Smolar ends up dying early. Uses the flap, 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 is able to get away for now, and it looks like the focus is gonna be on the ball lane this game right now.
It most likely will, but I want our eyes to be somewhere else, Sovereign. I want our eyes to be on the matchup in the mid lane, the Ahri into the Akali. The Ahri's purpose basically of this entire team, of this entire comp, is to shut down the Akali to make the Smolder fly high. But if that Ahri fails in her only mission, it could turn out very badly. Now the Milia is soaring very low. He gets stunned by the Braum, and Kaisa gets the first kill. And is he going to die too? And that's a double kill for Kaisa. And we're starting to see the shutdown on the Smolder.
Kaisa has a shutdown at 3 minutes to the game. Demilio not flashing away in time. And his ADC didn't even have a flash to use in the first place. So it's gonna be 2 kills, as you said, Ragnar, going for the side of Khalifa. And that's exactly what they want in this early game.
Do you know why they did not see them, Sovereign? They basically did not see them, Sovereign, at the beginning of the game. They did not see them for one simple reason. They did not have an AOC monitor. Thanks to AOC Gaming for supporting the tournament. Follow their Instagram channel for their latest promotions and product launches, and check out their products in the Amazon link in the stream description.
I like that one, Ragnar. I like it. All right, down in the ball lane, we have a few more trades. Both laners trying to get their win condition off. But again, the Kai'Sa's sitting on 2 kills. Neither side... Oh, actually, no. Kaisa still has her flash. Braum still has his. So I'm surprised that the jungler of Khalifa is actually path towards top side. And the Smolder just might be dead again, and that he is. The Braum passive looking to go down on the Milio, and it looks like another 2 kills straight into the pocket of the Kaisa. But the tower shot is gonna give her shutdown to the Milio, which is actually a good thing.
I don't think he meant to do that. I think he got body blocked by the minion, and here we're seeing a bit of too much slap on the top lane. The Ornn having to leave out of it with a flash, but it is probably the only action we're gonna see for the next 10 minutes in this lane. So back we go to the mid lane. Right now we're gonna see both teams posturing about the Drake. It is going to be a Chemtech Drake at the beginning. Braum is trying to clear some vision. He might be a little bit caught here, but the Viego is coming in, so it's a Jack, and it is turning to be a fight. This Jack is getting chunked so heavily. That Kaisa done so much damage to be attacked anytime soon, and they do leave with a Milio kill and a Drake for the side of Khalifa. And really dominant performance game 3 so far. Khalifa is executing their combo very well.
That is very true, Ragnar. I just want to mention, Khalifa has been getting a kill every minute of the game. and now they're getting the dragon as well. But my question is, what was the bot lane of Philadelphia thinking exactly, trying to contest that Tribush ward when they know that they're already behind, and trying to fight early is not what you want to do? Another example could be shown right here, but it looks like Khalifa is just gonna walk away. So very rough start for Philadelphia, and if they're not careful, this Kai'Sa with the team comp that is basically built around enabling her to find the backline picks might just snowball out of control.
That is true, Sovereign, but I do want to say something. I think we missed the kill on the top lane.
Looks like we did. However, we're not missing the potential kill here yet. To be fair, I did tell Observer to forget about top lane, so that could have been my mistake. Not too sure. But yeah, the top laner of Khalifa was able to 1v1 the top laner of Philadelphia. Not a very uncommon theme in this series. For those who've been here since game 1. More spells being thrown down in the bot lane, and I think the Smolder is having a pretty rough time so far, and I think it's only gonna get worse with level 6 for both the laners of Khalifa.
Well, now these are very low bot laners, and that is a very hungry Akali moving down to the bot lane. She has her ult ready, she has her flash ready. Braum is trying to hold, Smolder is trying to run, but he stays, and that might be his fatal mistake. That's trying to do a bit too much damage, though, more than necessary here. Akali goes in, he's on the Smolder, and she does not get him. He falls short. Too low. Might be an overdive here, though. Akali is now too low, and he goes for the kill with Emilio. And that's 2 kills going for Smolder. Oh no, sorry, 1 kill going for Smolder, another 1 kill going for the Emilio, and that's going to be catastrophe.
It is pretty bad. I don't think it's catastrophic yet, Ragnar, but it's surely getting there. Slowly, but surely, okay? A slight interesting trade on the top lane. And the Grubs gonna be going to the side of Khalifa with the first dragon. 2 objectives to none so far, and a 1,000 gold lead in the first 10 minutes of the game. Akali versus Smolder, she has no ultimate. I don't think he would be stepping up this far if she had it. She might be in danger here, but it's a Smolder early game with not much damage whatsoever.
Well, he does live this one so far, but you do not want that Smolder to be farming alone and freely. Now the Kai'Sa's here to respawn, but that is a Jax there. He does try to jump on the Akali. He flashes over and he does get the kill. No, he does not. The crowd hides her, and now Jax is too deep in enemy territory. He tries to run away, but that is a Braum behind you, a Kai'Sa and a Viego, so he is eventually going to fall. And another kill on the top lane, another solo kill for the Yorin, by the way.
The solo bolo in the top lane with the incredible save by the Braum is gonna put Khalifa even further ahead. And I think the game is slowly getting worse and worse for Philadelphia. They're not finding the picks here, but I don't think their champions are made for picks. Another fight is gonna break out in the bot lane. The Braum uses the ultimate trying to get the Emilio down, but the Kai'Sa cannot follow up without her own ultimate. Next objective, 1 minute until the next dragon. And I don't see how Philadelphia can contest that dragon, Ragnar. What do you think?
I really don't, because if we can take a look at the... Oh, now Smolder might be potentially getting dove in. He does get attacked. The Kai'Sa passive and the Braum passive are going to be enough to kill him. But now that's a really angry Ari coming to avenge her little dragon. And the Fox is going to do enough to get the double kill. And now I think they can contest it.
Maybe they can. The Ari trying to get this early game slightly under control. Gets the 2 kills, is gonna lose out on 2 plates down in mid lane. which the Smolder and the Amelia are going to be trying to cover for now.
Kali
She
might be in
does
trouble
know
here,
that the
though.
Emilio is there, not so much about the Jax. However, Viego and Braum are here. She ults out for now. Might be looking to go back in. The Braum doesn't have the ultimate, remember. And both teams are going to walk away, but control of the river goes over to Philadelphia.
Well played by the Akali there. He does spend his ulti, which is not going to be very happy now if they do decide to fight on the Drake. But he still survives it, and that's all what matters. He went out of it with 2 free plays. But look, the Smolder is much, much more happy so far. Even though he is losing on kills, if we can see a graph of the gold lead on the champions, would be very helpful here. Look, that Kaisa is really ahead on gold, but the Smolder is slowly farming and slowly getting to his power spike.
Very true, Ragnar. If he stacks and farms long enough, there could be a way for him to more actively participate in this game or try to be the win condition for his team. So far, Ari seems to be the only person, well, trying to make this game last longer so that the Smolder can go online. Both teams postured there for a bit towards the dragon, but neither team is committing yet. Okay, we have Milio and Braum. The Ward Wars.
Has disconnected.
And a pause. There we go. I knew it was hiding somewhere, Ragnar. I knew it was hiding somewhere, and I was not wrong.
A summoner has
You are not
reconnected.
wrong indeed, but look at this unfortunate timing for for Khalifa to be to be paused. They paused the game as soon as Viego is spotted, and now that Milio could react much faster to the Viego than he would have. Oh, he did not. But Milio falls there. The Smolder is going to fall soon now. Jax is there, but he's quite late for the party, but it does not matter because this Ari is doing a lot of work. The Akali is really strong though now. She misses her E, but she hits her ulti, and he flashes over, he gets the kill. But Jax is still alive, and he is the jungler, so he is going to secure the Drake. And another
And
on the Orn.
another solo kill in the top lane. 3-0 for now in the fight of the tanks. Like, I thought it was going to be a boring lane, but not with the top laner of Khalifa. So the fight ends up going for them as well. 3 for 2 with the dragon, and that's more likely than not gonna be feats of strength if they get one more objective or the first tower.
Oh, that Smolder is moving towards the Orn right now, and the Orn was pretty low.
Alright, and we can see the fight here. Both teams, they played it very well mechanics-wise, but
Oh, the Orn
Khalifa
did
ends
die.
up executing it better. And
The Orn died in the top lane, Sovereign, and he died to the Smolder, and he had a shutdown on him, so that is pretty valuable. Braum is here getting caught though by both the Malphite and the Jax. Kaisa is moving in to help, and it's going to be enough. That Kaisa is really scared with these items, so good on both the tank and the Bruiser to realize that that is not a fight they want to pick yet. Now they are looking for it though. Akali is moving in, thus it might not be a very wise decision. Good ulti by the Braum. He does eat the minion there, which is a bit unfortunate, but... Oh, did he TP? Oh, okay, I thought he... Okay, Ari is now moving in, so is the Smolder. They do get the Braum, he is going to fall, but now so is the Ari and the Akali. She is... Oh, the kill goes to Malphite, which is going to help him a bit. And really well played for Philadelphia.
so
I'm gonna play there,
Philadelphia,
the Kaisa dies.
she does die, Ragnar, and Philadelphia able to find 2 back-to-back good fights for their side, equalizing the gold, not fully, but just enough to maybe get the Smolder fully back into the game. 4 and 5 now. The Jax is almost going to be caught by the Viego. He is able to jump out though. The Braum is frontlining for just about nobody at the moment. And what started off as a strong performance by Khalifa is equalized out by the mid laner and the bot lane of Philadelphia University. We can see the replay over here. The Braum is pretty much just going to walk away, but until the Ahri finds him, it's going to be another pick. Malphite ulti goes down. The Akali doesn't survive long enough in the Shroud, cannot get the kill on the Malphite. 2 kills, and I'm pretty sure, yep, the Jax goes in after that and is able to get one more out of that fight for the side of Philadelphia.
We are gonna see both teams now posturing around this Rift Herald. It is going to be started by Khalifa, and now Philadelphia is going to be moving towards the pit. Ahri is clearing waves on top lane, and now, oh, they are looking for the fight now. Jax goes in, the ulti hit by the Braum, and the Malphite goes in. Now everyone is just fighting, and everyone is doing so much damage. Akali is going to fall low though. Jax is still fighting. The Viego is going to die, and the Smolders too. The Malphite gets a great ulti, and now everyone is dying, and Philadelphia is getting the better of them. Is Jax going to die? He is not, and the Orin is in trouble now. He is trying to run away, but he is locked in by the Million and the Ahri. So much damage being done to him, and the kill goes to Ahri at the end, and that is a 4-for-1, and Kai'Sa is pushing the bot lane.
Philadelphia able to find the good fight here. The Braum is chunked out the early game, or in the early fight, and now they're just going to use their spells at the right time. And as you can see, the Malphite joins the fight a bit late, still is holding on to his own ultimate, waits for the Smolder to die from the Ahri collapse, ults 2 members, pretty much is able to kill them both at the same time. And well, even though they have a Smolder, the Ahri and the Jax are able to dance around the front lane long enough for the combo to go through. Pretty well played by them, looking to maybe turn this game around.
Well, now we go back to the gold lead. It is 1,000 only ahead for Khalifa, so they really needed that fight. But I'm still looking at the Smolder, and I'm really worried about him. Now that he's not very far off with the gold lead, he is just looking more and more danger. Once he get his power spike, he is going to be scary, and he's going to shred tanks like they are butter. And I'm really interested to see how they are going to stop him.
Likewise, Ragnar, the Drake is going to be started by Khalifa University. And the Ahri is going to be TPing in. The Akali has TP of her own, but it looks like she's not going to use it yet. Now she does in the pit. The Orin is looking for the Jax on the sideline. There's a fight on the other side as well. The Braum is going to be dying early game. The Ahri getting so much work with all those dashes. The Akali is trying to follow up through. The front line is being tanked solo by the Jax. And it looks like the fight is just going to go to the side of Philadelphia. They do lose the Dragon though. But at what cost, as they lose pretty much all the members of their team. Very mechanically well played by Philadelphia, especially their mid laner Ahri.
We're gonna see the replay here. Obviously, Khalifa started up, and they go for the fight at the beginning. They engage on the right target, and they find the early kills so far, but that Smolder is doing so much damage at the early of the fight, and just there is no one to take it up. The Smolder is the real problem. Viego takes the Drake, but at what cost? It's basically at the cost of everyone else. And that fight goes there, and now Philadelphia are getting a free, well, maybe not so free, but they are getting the Arakan. And Ornn is now a bit too deep in enemy territories again. Jax is going to jump over the wall. And now Philadelphia is falling back. Philadelphia is going back. And they seem not to be willing to take a kill. Good on them. They got the Arakan. And they are moving out of the fight. Even though they are going to lose the mid-tier one, but it's still very much worth it.
As you mentioned, Ragnar, they get the Atacon off the back of that fight. And maybe our lovely observer, who's been great this series, by the way, can click on the smolder and show us how many stacks he has.
Oh, right on time.
221. He's almost about to go online. And now Philadelphia is gonna be looking for the team fights. I mean, they've already been winning the team fights, but now it's only gonna get so much worse, especially with Amelia to peel for him. But looks like the Ornn on the top lane is gonna be caught for now. We can see the burn from the Smolder going out. The Ornn does not have enough HP. Maybe the opposite collapse is gonna turn in. The Kai'Sa is looking for the Smolder on the backline, but is it gonna be enough? It is gonna be enough for now. She gets him for now. He gets another one. Holy kiting and gliding by the Kai'Sa. Very well played. 3 kills going over for Khalifa. They're not going out that easy, Ragnar.
Philadelphia gets a chance to go in and take the Ornn, but they played a bit too slow. It's a bit more tanky than they have expected. Jax might be getting caught here. Okay, he's out. He tanks a bit more than they expect, and it turns out to be an overextension. And the Kai'Sa sees the Smolder, seizes the chance, jumps on him, kills him, then kites out the entire game, glides, and gets the win for his team. Or at least in that team fight, sorry.
Mechanically beautiful by the Kai'Sa. We're just gonna watch the Ornn quickly die over here. Now, let's have a look at this fight again, Ragnar. The Ornn is caught out for now, but the champion is just so tanky. Level 13 with a lot of resistances. He flashes out, calls his ultimate. The Braum and the Kai'Sa get there on time, and the Kai'Sa is just gliding so well down in the backline, using the barrier at the perfect moment to avoid the execution. Is able to get enough damage on both of them to turn a pick on the Ornn for 3 picks for her own team.
Well, we cannot ignore this Smolder. You know, Sovereign, even though they won the last fight quite convincingly too, I still think that this Smolder is going to be a huge, huge problem. And he already is. If that Smolder gets enough time, and if they protect him well enough against the Kai'Sa, he is going to shred every single member of Khalifa. And next fight is probably what is going to decide the match, and the Drake is going to be spawning on 30 seconds. Philadelphia already in control of the river.
In the river they go, and the Smolder, 250 stacks for now. Now it really is a race against the clock. The more the Smolder stays alive, the worse it gets for Khalifa University. Philadelphia able to do what Teddy could not do. And now it's going to be a matter of protect the president, protect the Smolder. You have the Amelia, you have the front line for him. However, Ragnar, there's a lot of backline access on the side of Khalifa, so it's still possible that the fight is breaking out right now, and it's going to see who's going to turn out. The Braum ultimate hits almost no one. Ornn is in the backline, catches the Smolder, but he's already behind the wall. The Amelia, though, might be out for now. The Malphite ulti catches 4. And it looks like it might be a little too late. The Smolder stays alive long enough to dish out the damage, and with his frontline, the Ahri and the Jax are able to win the fight for Philadelphia.
Let's look here, Sovereign, at this replay. The Smolder sees the ult of the Ornn, and he smartly jumps over the wall so nobody can get to him. Khalifa is a bit too late on the... They're a bit too late on the follow-up, and they pay for it. Smolder takes enough time to hit everyone, and he does so much damage. But I think the secret weapon in this game for Philadelphia has been the Ahri. She is 9-1-9. She has 1000 gold shutdown. She gets so much damage done to the backline that even though they eventually get to the Smolder, the Ari have already killed half of their team.
So even if you kill the smaller, you still have a 9-1-9 Ari, a 5-1-11 Jax that's gonna be getting their Zhonya's soon. So even if you think he's dead, not so much. So Khalifa needs to expend just the right amount of abilities, maybe a flash or two, to get the smolder. But if you use everything, like in the last fight, using the Ornn ultimate, trying to find him or force find him because he was not cut out, you're not gonna have enough spells for the rest of Philadelphia, which are also a big problem.
That is very true. Now we are seeing a Malphite here and his entire team almost posing around the Baron, trying to get early vision control. And very smart of them not to play in the river, recognizing that they do not have red trinkets to be sweeping all of these. So they just go through the backline to make sure they are not seen. And now they get safe access to mid lane without any collapses on them. But look at their position now compared to Khalifa. I think they are much better positioned to the coming fight.
Looks like it's gonna be the case, Ragnar. The Smolder, interestingly though, does not opt for the Infinity Edge. He's gonna go for Bloodthirster. I'm not sure how much value that is, because if you go Infinity Edge with the Essence Reaver and Rapid Fire Cannon, you're gonna be critting for a lot more damage, and also your Q and burn damage is also affected by the Infinity Edge. But maybe he's looking for a little bit more survivability even with the Melio. So now, both teams looking for the Baron.
Oh, they do catch the Braum here. The Jax is going in very aggressively. He does almost get one-shotted. The Kaisa gets the shutdown. Now Smolder is getting ran over. The entire Khalifa team is on top of him. That Kaisa's free hitting, but the Ari is the real problem in this team. The Kaisa gets a triple kill, but she falls eventually. Ari has one more charge on her ulti, and she does use it, and the Ornn is going to fall. And the Nays going for the side of Philadelphia, and now they are pushing for the end. Wow!
We can see the fight here was going pretty okay for the side of Khalifa. They're able to get on top of the Smolder and the Ari with the chain knockup. Kaisa goes down in the backline, but even if the Smolder dies, like we mentioned, we still have the Ari to dish out the damage, and dish out the damage she did. Using the $500 Faker skin, again, this is on the special realm, they're not able to close out the game, and I think he just got a Faker buff, Ragnar. 12, 1, and 11. 3 items and a 25 stack Magi's.
That is a terrifying looking Ari. And let's look at the gold lead on the Ari, please, if we could. The Ari is... Look at this. He is almost, what? 6,000 gold above the enemy Akali. And remember, his entire job was to shut down the Akali, and I think he did it very well. And now he's doing his job, shut down the whole team. Jax jumps in now. Braum is falling very low, and he does fall. The Ornn is going to press his ult, but he's not going to have enough time to hit it back. Akali is falling very low. Smolder is just hitting everyone for free, and everyone is dying. Clean ace for PU, and if they couldn't clean the game earlier, they will clear it now. And the game is going to be decided. 2-1 is going to be for Philadelphia. Kaisa has leaves the game a bit early, but this is GG. Philadelphia goes to the last lower bracket game.
GG. Well played by Philadelphia University. Being able to turn around that early game. Being able to get the Smolder to his stack level. But I think, honestly, MVP of the match, even though Smolder was the president, the Prime Minister was definitely the Ari, with a very dominant performance as well. They're going to be advancing to the semifinals, Ragnar. We're going to be seeing them again. And thank you all for watching. We're not going to go away just yet. We have another series between AlBalqa University and AlHussein Technical. We will see you all in the next match.
See you soon.
Okay. Mystery. Drop the bass and hide away. I count money every day. Darkness in my vision's always night. It ain't ever day. You ain't never close to safe when step into a real G. Demons in my spirit making choices for a mystery. Drop the bass and hide away. I count money every day. Darkness in my vision's always night. It ain't ever day. You ain't never close to safe when step into a real G. Demons in my spirit making choices for a All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. we spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas.
Heading towards the payload.
Mystery. Drop the bass and hide away. I count money every day. You see my vision's always night. It ain't ever day. You ain't never close to safe when step into a real G. Demons in my spirit making choices for a mystery. Drop the bass and hide away. I count money every day. You see my vision's always night. It ain't ever day. You ain't never close to safe when step into a real G. Demons in my spirit making choices for a
All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. Hit the gas, hit the gas.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, in game number 2 of today. Last game, we watched Philadelphia play against Sky. Now, we are going to watch AlHussein Technical University against AlBalqa Applied. And it is going to be an interesting match. This one is going to qualify the winner to the finals. Okay, so I'm really excited, Sovereign. How do you feel about this?
I'm quite excited myself, Ragnar. So we do have the draft started up, and looks like we're not going to be having any crashes for now. So these teams are in the upper bracket, as you mentioned. Whoever wins here is going to qualify to the finals. So I'm expecting quite the performance from both of them. And now let's have a look at the draft with Ragnar.
We go first. AlBalqa decides to go for Mel as a first pick, but it's really interesting to see that AlHussein there deciding to go for the Vi and the Wei, both of them not very great into the into the Mel, and now we are seeing Ambessa, a bit of daughter mother combo in AlBalqa Applied. And we're gonna see the third pick here. They might be going for a jungler and leave the bot lane for the end, or they might go for the support. They do decide to go for the support with the Braum. Really solid 3 first picks of AlBalqa Applied. Now we're gonna see the third pick from AlHussein. They need something tanky here. Something like the Orange, something like the Swain, or they can even jump into like the Scion, and they can even jump into a support. Maybe like the All-Star would be very useful. But they do go for the Vayne pick. How do you feel about this one?
I mean, I think it's interesting that Balqa University opted to pick the solo laners first. Kind of unorthodox so far. They do pick the Braum. And now the answer from AlHussein Technical was the Vayne pick, which is, I'm gonna say, an interesting pick because she's quite low range. So without knowing what ADC you're playing into and what jungler as well, she could get dove repeatedly and quite easily. And I just want to mention another thing, Ragnar. We see 3 bans on the side of Balqa, which could be taken as 3 ADC bans or 2 ADC bans, and now the Melio coming through as well. So a lot of the bans being targeted towards the bottom lane of AlHussein Technical for now.
That is very true. They all seeming to be, well, maybe not afraid, but worried about the ADC of AlBalqa, which is rightful. He seems to be a really good player. From the last game we've seen of him, he performed very well. But AlHussein University here now going for the 4th ban. They are probably going to target another ADC ban, or they might even go for the Kai'Sa, which, oh sorry, the Kai'Sa is already banned. They might go here for the Seaver ban, which be very good with the Braum, and will be, oh, they did already. So the Seaver is banned now, and the last ban is going to be picked now by AlBalqa. They should be opting to some support ban. They targeted the ADC well enough, and they should be going for something maybe tanky. The Melio here, in my opinion, is not the best ban because they don't have enough tank, and going for the Melio might even destroy their team comp completely. And they do that again. They do ban the Lilio. The Lulu. The Lilio. They do ban the Lulu now, and they leave a lot of tanks open now for AlHussein University to choose from. They can choose something like the Nautilus. They could choose the All-Star. They do go for the Karma though. I'm not sure how I feel about this one. Oh,
very interesting draft. They pick the Karma, which ends up being an interesting draft. I don't want to make quick decisions. Yeah, interesting. Could be either way. We have the Mordekaiser going for the side of AlBalqa potentially, that would mean he's top lane or jungle, or the Mbessa could be jungle, depending on how they're feeling about that. Another potential flex pick for now, but Vayne Karma, I'm not sure about that combo, and I'm also not really sure how Vayne and Karma fit with Vi and Hui. It just kind of looks to me like a team you would pick in solo queue, Ragnar.
It really does look like a team you would pick in solo queue. And now that we're seeing the Jinx, I just want to highlight, by the way, if this was on the new patch, the latest patch, if we could confirm this real quick, would be very awesome. But if this was on the last patch, the combo from AlBalqa is looking terrifying, really, really scary. But now that we're looking at the opposite team, and I'm looking at their combo, and all I'm thinking of is, okay, they take the Yorick potentially. Well, who is going to take all this damage? They are way too squishy for this comp. They do go for a tankier champion, but you can just ignore the Mundo and one-shot the entire backline, and you have the Mel who is going to potentially give you back all the abilities you throw at her. So is it really worth it to go for such a high risk, high reward team comp in game number 1? We are going to find after this draft, Sovereign.
We will, Ragnar. As you mentioned, the draft coming up from AlBalqa University is looking much scarier and much more well-rounded than the draft of AlHussein. But if the Hussein players are confident on those picks, maybe they can turn it into, well, not a solo queue game, but playing on a champion you're comfortable on is much better than any draft, in my opinion. And now let's see what that's gonna look like in-game. Not yet. We were looking at the champions. We have Braum for the support of AlBalqa, Karma for the support of AlHussein Technical, and we have AOC Gaming supporting this lovely stream of ours. So make sure to check out their Instagram channel for the latest promotions and product launches, and check out their products and Amazon link in the stream description below. Thank you once again, and we will see you soon in draft. Well, Ragnar, I got news that our good tradition, the sign of an exciting game, a crash, a pause, whatever you want to call it, nothing great ever comes easy, my friend. So we're gonna get a quick checkup on that in terms of how long it's gonna take. And we will be with you soon. But what are your final thoughts on this draft, Ragnar?
My final thoughts, Sovereign, is that AlBalqa Uni looking to have a really, really good match in game number 1. I think they cooked really well in their draft, and when I look at the at the Mel pick over there, the value out of her W is going to be so high. I am really, really worried about AlHussein Technical. I really am. But when I look at the bot lane, it's really not that bad for them down there. But the question that comes to my mind, okay, Mundo is tanky, but what else is he? He's just a body over there in the front line that they could easily skip over and jump on his back line. So if that Vayne does not pull some monster plays, I think AlBalqa would be taking it, and I am holding this until the end of the game.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. It's gonna be down to the execution of the Vayne and potentially the Vi and Hui. Not much you can do on a Mundo or a Karma besides peel for your carries. And we will be back after a short ad break with this very exciting game.
So,
All
ladies
right.
and gentlemen, we are back now with the start of the game. Everyone seems to play very traditionally, no one pulling off any invades, no switches happening on the top lane. And now we are looking at the game. The winter map, finally. So excited to see it in our tournament. What do you think of about the winter map, Sovereign?
I think that Riot Games made a good decision for the first time in a very long time. I love the winter map. As you can see, we're playing on EU West this time around. So both teams are going to be playing on this map, and in the bottom lane, we have the bot lane of Hussein Technical trying to use their little bit of ranged advantage, getting the Jinx pretty low so far. So we're going to see how this bot lane is going to play out. On the top lane, Mordekaiser into Mundo, I'm not really sure how far this matchup can go, but it's gonna be a matter of, well, is the team that's more oriented towards team fighting gonna be able to play front to back, or are the players on the side of Hussein Technical gonna be able to pull it off with these champions?
About the top lane, since I do play my fair share of top lane, I can confirm the Mordekaiser pick is the one that could be winning against the Mundo. Though of course the solo expertise could work. Now we're seeing a kill on first bot lane. Vayne flashes in. She gets a double kill. She is trying to run away now, but Ambessa is here. She is doing so much damage, this Ambessa. But that is going to be a double kill for the Vayne, and now she is kiting, but she is going to fall anyways. And 2-1, and 2 early kills for Vayne, the one who could potentially carry the game for HTU. Really well played.
As you mentioned, Ragnar, well played by the Vayne that we mentioned in the draft phase. Getting the early kills is exactly what you want. However, the jungler of AlBalqa is able to pick up at least one kill in return, but overall a slight lead for Hussein Technical for now. And we're gonna see if they're gonna be able to push it even further.
You know, I think whatever happens in the early game, Sovereign, I am not really caring much about it. What I want to see is what's going to happen in the late game, because I don't think we talked about it in the draft. They don't only have the mill to block the abilities, but they also have the Braum. And his shield is going to have so much value in this game. And I still think, even though they are winning in the bot lane, I still think that they are not going to win the late game because of that value on the mill on the Braum. But now we are looking. Everyone is farming. Everyone is having very fun. I love the mill for his name. And I'm loving the game so far.
Fair enough, Ragnar. Fair enough. As you mentioned, especially in the top lane, it's going to be farming for a while now. A slight skirmish in the mid lane. The Mill doesn't have mana, but she's going to be able to walk away for now. There seems to be a little bit of action down in the bot lane if we could get a look there. Nothing too big happens there. Dragon is going to be spawning in about now. There we go. It's going to be an Ocean Drake. And let's see which jungler is going to path where. Again, Ambessa jungle. It's only became a thing this patch. What do you think about this pick so far?
When I see Ambessa jungle, I remember when Ambessa first got released, people played her in jungle for a bit, and it was a very good pick, to be honest. So I don't think it is going to be bad, especially with the previous buffs on EU West for the jungle monsters damage, and now it is going to be for the damage on the jungle monsters. So I think it is pretty good pick. It is definitely going to annoy the heck out of the Vayne. And I think later on, if she hits an R on the Vayne, she is going to kind of just vaporize.
perhaps, perchance, and it looks like AlBalqa University are gonna be getting control of the river to start up and contest the first dragon. It doesn't look like Hussein Technical are gonna be giving it up just yet. Potential fight might break out here. Yes, she does go in on the prop. She's not level 6 yet. We have the mill basically body tanking for now. She's gonna be able to get out not so much. The flash is wasted for her. However, AlBalqa is able to split out the damage, get the resets on the Jinx, which is exactly what you need to be doing. And that's gonna be 3 kills for the side of AlBalqa and the dragon on top, equalizing and then dragging on ahead.
Good plays there by AlBalqa to go in to get the Ambessa mixed into the fight and make her do what she does best. AoE, she did so much damage for too many champions, and that's what secured them the kill over there. And of course, then you have the Jinx getting excited, pressing her Q, shooting missiles, shooting rockets at the enemy team, securing the Drake and winning the fight.
And we can see the Ambessa pulling out ahead 2-0-2, 100% kill participation. And if our observer could press the gold lead, I'm pretty sure he's pretty ahead in gold as well. He's gonna do that in a second. In the meantime, we have the Ambessa casually walking into the enemy jungle, looking for a camp at first, but maybe a kill as well. Looks like he's gonna force the...
Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
Yes, go on, regular. No worries, man.
I was about to
gonna
say now we're
he
gonna
does...
see them. It's okay. No, you have to go. You have to go now.
Okay. Great minds think alike is all I'm gonna say, Ragnar. I was gonna say he forced him out of the jungle, was able to get the camp with the help of the Braum, and is gonna... Well, I think he's about 1,500 gold ahead on the enemy jungler. And the Grubs are pretty much online, and I'm pretty sure if we're not looking at the tank fight in top lane, that we're gonna see the Ambessa take the Void Grubs. Yes, there we go. And yeah, tell me what you wanted to say, Ragnar.
You know, great minds think alike indeed. I was going to say the exact same thing you said. But now if we look in the bot lane, we are seeing the Vi getting caught, and now everyone is jumping in. The mill is going to be a little bit late, so the bot lane is kind of found here, and the... Oh my god, he is just getting vaporized. The Braum is going to die first, and then everyone is gonna flash out, and HTU is gonna barely survive. But here comes the Ambessa now, getting the way, finding him, and the mill gets out the kill. And no pun intended.
So the fight was close, but Jinx was not able to get the reset for the fight, but Ambessa answers with a kill of her own. Very dominant performance from the Ambessa here, and I think they're just gonna find a free kill in the bush. I don't know how they read them like that, but they did. So another kill for the Ambessa, looking quite scary on that champion.
I believe the way they saw the Vi at the beginning of that last play is that the mill was positioning not really in the middle of the lane, but a bit leaning to the right. So when the Vi crossed over, she saw him with the bottom, like with the corner of her eye, and she was able to give the info. So really good map awareness on AlBalqa University, and it secured them the kill. And a kill on mill is huge, by the way, because that mill is going to do so much damage down the late game. Now the Vi potentially getting caught again, and they are going to do so much damage for her. Good predict on the way, and Braum gets the kill.
Braum gets the kill, but even an assist going towards this very fed Ambessa already is bad news for Hussein Technical. Bit of a slap fight in the top lane. I don't expect much this time around. And we're gonna see the next dragon. 35 minutes, 1.6 almost gold lead for AlBalqa Technical. AlBalqa Technical. Wow, I just put the two teams together. AlBalqa University. So we're gonna see how that plays out.
I do want to point out, Sovereign, that as we talked about these picks in the early draft, I mentioned, I'm not sure if you heard it or not. I mentioned the fact that if they are playing on the latest upgrade or the latest patches, the Balka combo is going to be really, really dangerous on the Ambessa and the Jinx, because the Jinx got buffed and the Ambessa did get buffed in jungle and as a champion too. So it is really, really scary to see these two champions getting ahead. Maybe Jinx is not too ahead right now, but she is ahead and she is looking really, really scary.
She really is Ragnar. A Jinx with a Braum is something that could potentially 2v5 fights. However, we see the dragon being started here by the side of Hussein Technical. It's gonna be stolen by the Ambessa. What a monster this Ambessa is. Is gonna take a dragon without even needing to contest and farming while they were doing it.
I just love the fact that as soon as the Ambessa steals it, his entire team started pinging him on the map. Question marks all over the place. It's good to see a jungle getting praised for his good work instead of flamed for his, well, not his fault. But as we said at the beginning of the game too, look at this Mordekaiser. He is just not caring about the Mundo. Well, he might be not caring a bit too much, and he is going to fall for that. But okay, I think we missed a double kill on the bot lane, Sovereign.
I think we did as well, Ragnar. A double kill going straight to the Jinx. The early game was looking great for Hussein Technical, but now AlBalqa are just dragging on full speed ahead. 306 on the Ambessa, 3 kills for the Jinx in the early game, and the Mel also a lot of gold of her own. We can see the Ambessa 1.3-ish gold lead in the mid lane, well, almost 1k gold up. And the Jinx is pretty far ahead. I think she has the kills, maybe some plates as well. So you mentioned that their team is quite good in the late game, and this is exactly what you want to see if you were AlBalqa.
That is very true indeed. Their team is not only strong in the late game, Sovereign, they are smashing through this early game. Now with 4,000 gold lead, they are doing very well, and that's going to only get more and more dangerous as the game goes on. And I really, really am afraid now, not only from the Ambessa, not only from the Jinx, but also from the Mill. That Mill is going to be really dangerous for that backline. And I'm looking at Vayne and I'm only asking myself, how squishy is that Vayne going to be?
She's gonna be quite squishy, Ragnar. Even if he does go for some kind of tank item, it's not gonna matter much when you only have, well, the Mundo and the Vi, but still in a front-to-back team fight where the Vayne has to get in, well, melee range to deal out any damage, it's gonna be quite risky, tank items or not. So let's see how that plays out. In the meantime, we have Herald spawning, and the Ambessa is already there.
Well, Ambessa have already started the Rift Herald. Now the rest of his bot lane is coming to help him out. I don't think there's much to be contested here, but they are HTU looking to get a play on the Mel. She is going to be spotted though with a control word. Really good placement by her. And Vi is going to steal nothing basically. And now they are diving both top lane and bot lane. I think the Mundo is safe, but the Mill is definitely not. And she is going to deal so much damage. Get killed though. And that is top lane tower falling for the Jinx.
So we had two cross-map plays here, Ragnar. One of them panned out. They did get the dive on the Mel down in the bot lane. The Jinx ultimate almost hits and maybe could have killed. I saw the Mbessa ulti Vi, and now the Vi is no more. Again, very well played by the Mbessa. Also, even if they did kill the Mel down in bot lane, they did get the first tower, and I think... No, it wasn't the first tower. They did get a tower down in the top lane. And now there might be a slight risky play for the Herald here. He's gonna get the tower and jump into the Herald to almost safety, and yeah, he's gonna go around a few times, and out he goes. The Braum is still in there, though. Is he gonna be able to get out? No, that's gonna be a tower traded for another kill. 3 towers for AlBalqa, putting them at a 2-3k gold lead so far. And it's looking pretty good for them, Ragnar.
That was huge, Sovereign. I want to point out, if we can get a replay about on the last fight, Jinx escaped the Wei ulti with the Rift Herald. As you can see here, after this, she is very low and the tower is going to fall, and she escapes it with the Rift Herald, which is going to send her back to safety. It's unfortunate that the Braum here dies, but I think that this is the least of the casualties that they could have left, so well played on the Jinx over there.
A risk calculated, and this player is not bad at math. Manages to get off the Herald heist escape. Dragon is live, a potential soul point for AlBalqa. The Mbessa ultimate from over the wall, and I'm pretty sure that was blind as well. Manages to catch the way. The Jinx ulti is going to land. The Braum is going to keep chasing him. Is he going to be able to close out the kill? No, not yet. The Braum is still tanking a few hits. Is it going to matter? If the Jinx gets a reset, this can get pretty bad real quick. She does get the reset, and she's running towards the way. 1 out of 2. Another reset. We have the Karma in Brazil at the moment, and I think she might be dead. The Jinx snipe waiting for her when she gets out, and it gets her a one-way ticket to the base. Mundo's gonna join a quadra kill, a potential pentakill. Is it gonna be a pentakill for the ADC of AlBalqa? Pentakill for AlBalqa University. Amazing play by this ADC player.
Vidisponis does it! He got the first penta of this tournament. Really well played on him over there. Let's see the replay. They do so much damage. They throw all their abilities at the Braum, which is not optimal. And they do try to fight him a bit more. Look at the Vayne here. She is getting free auto attacks. But I guess who is also getting free auto attacks? It is the Jinx. Vidistan is getting so much done on this fight. Getting the first kill, the second kill, then securing the third on the Karma, fourth on the Mundo, and then goes for the dive on the Vayne, and he gets his pentakill. Well played, and congratulations for Vidistanis and AlBalqa University.
Very well played. This is exactly what we talked about, Ragnar. In one of the fights, Jinx was not able to get a reset, and this fight is a very good example of what happens when she does get the reset. So 8, 2, and 3 on the Jinx, very well on his way towards the Infinity Edge. And you also have an Mbessa that's sitting on 2.5 items, 1k, almost 1k shutdown on her. So it's starting to look pretty bad for Hussein Technical. And once you fall behind on those comfort picks, let's say, it's going to be even harder for you to play the team fights. So how do you think Hussein Technical can potentially turn this game around?
Unfortunately, Sovereign, I don't think Hussein Technical can turn this game around unless AlBalqa University does something very irrational and throw this game away. But I don't think this is going to be happening anytime soon. Now they are going into the blue side. They are going to get spotted by a ward, but they are just so much damage, so much dive, so much engage on AlBalqa, and too little characters to tank it on the side of HTU. So I really think it is just a draft diff over here in game number 1, Sovereign.
I think the draft plays a huge part, but I also want to give a huge shout out to the coordination between the Mbessa and the Braum moving towards the objectives even before they spawn, which is something we haven't seen often in this tournament, at least not this well executed. They're trying to contest the choke point here for Hussein Technical. They're not on the Atacon, but they didn't know that.
I think they do know that, but they are not going for a fight because they know how horribly that could get. Even though the Mordekaiser is not there and he does not have a TP, but also so is the Mundo. And if the Mundo is not there, there is literally nobody to tank all this damage by the Ambissa, Jinx, and the Mel. They are going for it though still. It's not going to go towards their way. The Ambissa does get all the kills. Now she goes on the back line. And exactly what we said happens. They just delete them without even losing a single member. And still, they get the Atacon. And that's why they should not have went for a fight there. And now they are going to push mid lane even more. Interesting.
Interesting, like we mentioned at the beginning of the game. Let's have a look at the replay here. You can see the Vi is going for potential steal, but look at the way the Ambessa positions herself. She waits, Qs and smites at the same time to make sure that she cannot steal it, gets the Jinx her reset and just dives on in the backline, cleaning up the rest of Hussein Technical, and it looks like this game is out of control for the side of AlBalqa, and they just might close it out soon.
You know, I do want to say though, this AlBalqa University is playing so good. They are so efficient, so good together. They are so coordinated. Do you know what they remind me of?
Tell me, Ragnar.
Well, they do really much remind me. Let me collect my composure and say it. They remind me of AOC Gaming. Thank you, AOC Gaming, for supporting the tournament. Follow their Instagram channel for the latest promotions and product launches, and check out their products in the Amazon link in the description down below.
Nice one, Ragnar. And also make sure to check out Aegon Gaming as well as My Saloon Vibranium. Thank you once again to all of our lovely sponsors for making this tournament possible. And honestly, to AlBalqa as well for this very well put together performance. And now we're going to see the last dragon, potentially their soul, spawning next. I don't see how Hussein Technical can even walk into River at this point.
Oh, we have now a Mundo getting ripped apart by a Mordekaiser. He flashes in, but Mundo is just, he is walking and he is dying. So I had some hope for a little bit that he is gonna pull a Mundo Giga Chad walk off, but it does not work out. He dies, and now they are securing their their fourth Drake, by the way, and stopwatch.
Someone press Sonya. I'm not sure who it is,
Well, it
but
wasn't me.
we're gonna. Are you sure you weren't preparing one of those lovely sponsor plugs? I don't
Not
believe
this
you,
time,
Ragnar.
Well, I do
Alright.
know if
So-
anything is going to get us out of this hourglass sovereign, it is going to definitely be AOC.
Fair enough, fair enough. And now, honestly, while we have the pause right here, we also have a 10,000 gold lead for the side of AlBalqa University. The Jinx is beyond online at this point. So we're gonna see if they're gonna be able to close out the game efficiently or not, which I think they will. What do you think, Ragnar?
So, it would be cool if we get some replays here. Oh, there he goes. Here we got the replay on the first play of the match, the double kill that went to the Vayne in the early game. He did play it very well, him and the Karma, and they got the double kill. They did die for it for the Ambissa, and I think this is what kind of ruined the match for them. Even though it's only one kill going to the side of the Ambissa. No, I think she does get another kill, no? No, she does not. Even though it's one kill going for the side of the Ambissa, it ruined the game's momentum so much. Gave the Ambissa so much to work with in the early game, much more than the 2 kills did for the Vayne.
Very much so. It started off good for Hussein technical, but once that Ambessa just got a little bit more online, things started going on south. Watch this dragon. The Ambessa was clearing Krugs, alright, and she just casually walks up, dashes, smites, and yeah, that's how you do dragon. You let the enemy team do it, and then you come and finish it off. And now the Jinx heist here, he's hitting the tower, relying on his damage, reading his damage pretty well, and trying to get the tower out so he can take the Herald and just walk away, and walk away he does.
It is beautiful to see the Jinx get the pentakill here on this specific play. We see the Braum jumping in, by the way. Shout out to the Braum, tanking all the abilities that he could. And here we see the little mistake that they did. They still attacking the Braum instead of running away. And that gives Jinx all the time in the world to get excited and get all the kills she wants. Good early, it's not an early flash really, but it's good timed flash to make sure that he doesn't die. And look at this W here, it's really beautiful. And then they jump under the tower, securing the kill on the Mundo, and then dragging it out, getting the kill on the Vayne. Vayne almost escaping, but not quite, because Jinx is excited. X5, and here the play on the Otacon, it's just pretty much over contesting and throwing bodies into a meat grinder and paying for it with blood and gold. AlBalqa doing very well.
And I think they paid much more than they can afford here, Ragnar. Once you're down this level of gold, if it was a solo queue game, there is a chance that the enemy team makes some kind of mistake. I always say there is always hope, but once you have a team that's this coordinated, right? And they're playing the way that they have been playing so far, it's really hard to make a comeback. So we're gonna see if AlBalqa is able to close out the game right after this ad break.
touchdown. It's a song thing. Heading towards the payload.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are live again. Right into action. Back again. We're seeing Mordekaiser getting caught here. Good plays by HTU catching the Mordekaiser off guard before we even get to talk. So, here back with Sovereign and Sovereign. Welcome.
Thank you, Ragnar. We get back to the game with HTU able to find at least one pick on the Mordekaiser, but I don't think that's going to translate into much when it comes to the map. We have Baron spawning in right about now, and it looks like AlBalqa are just going to start it. Without their top laner, he does have TP, and this just might be the fight that decides the game. We see HTU walking into the pit. They're thinking about contesting it. Also, I just want to mention that AlBalqa does have the Mountain Soul. The TP does come down from AlHussein Technical, but however, the enemy top laner TP down to bot lane. It's going to be a 4v5 fight, and they make the smart decision and decide to not engage. Slight miscommunication, but they get away with the Baron.
Now that they have the soul, the mind you, the Mountain Soul, and they do have the Baron, is going to get a lot more harder to kill any of the main carries. They do catch the Ambessa though, it seems, and the Ambessa is going to live for a while, but she is dying, and that's another champion getting caught by the side of AlBalqa. They are losing a little bit of their concentration after that pause, and now Vayne is going to get another kill as it seems, but no, now the Ambessa is jumping in. She is doing so much damage. He flashes in. The Braum is going to fall, and so is the Vayne. The Ambessa is still alive. He is doing so much damage, and he is shielding so much. And now the Jinx is excited again. Double kill for the Jinx. Double kill for the Ambessa. And gold lead increasing. 12,000 now for AlBalqa University.
12,000 gold lead for AlBalqa. What started off as a good pick onto the Mel, at least. I think he mistook the daughter for her mother there for a bit, but the Ambessa is able to almost solo-handedly turn the fight around with her huge gold lead advantage. And as we mentioned, that just might have been the game. And the Mundo is trying to defend here, but the Jinx is excited after those towers. They're playing a bit for the KDA here, and that's going to be the Nexus going over to her as well. First game goes over to AlBalqa University. Very well played.
Really dominant performance here in game number 1, as we all expected. This game number 1, with all due respect to AlHussein Technical, but it was not even close. AlBalqa University played very well. What helped them win this game was the draft that they have chose. The champions, the Ambessa, the Mel, the Braum, the Jinx, and a little bit of the Mordekaiser to play against the Mundo is just what secured them the game. And as I told you, Sovereign, the game was won before it even started.
very much so Ragnar. Draftive, yes, but also the individual players on AlBalqa University, especially the Mbessa and the Jinx, being able to execute their champions so well and being able to bring that draft diff to an even higher degree. We're going to see you all in the next game. And welcome
Welcome
back,
back.
ladies and gentlemen. We have the draft phase already underway, and we have two bans already set up for each team. It looks like, yes, it looks like Hussein Technical chose blue side this time around, and they have banned Ambessa. Very logical ban so far. Kled and Wukong, interesting, targeting the top laner and the jungler. Meanwhile, the side of AlBalqa Applied have banned Samira, Yasuo, and the Kaisa. Ragnar, welcome back. What do you think of these picks?
Pretty strong bans at the beginning. But we are going to see now, Hussein against Applied. Going to be an interesting second match to see how Hussein are going to improve on their how they are going to improve on their picks and draft. They do still decide to go for the Huawei, counter picked by the mill. Very mindless. Obviously, they make the decision a bit too fast though. They could have used the extra time to think of what they're picking next. But a great counter pick nonetheless, and that's why you should always ban the mill if you go for the Huawei. Now the second pick is probably going to be a support, something tanky, or maybe even secure a strong jungle pick like a Jarvan. Yep, they still go for the support, the Alistar. Finally, someone go for the Alistar, one of the safest picks. They denied the Alistar Seaver though on the blue side, and they go for the Seaver Milio. Very traditional bot lane, very strong. Obviously, poke and stability. A lot of movement speed, a lot of poke, a lot of burn damage, and a lot of healing. Nidalee. Not sure how I feel about that one.
Pretty interesting picks and bans so far we have, Ragnar. As you mentioned, we have the Sivir Melio down in the bot lane, a scaling lane of sorts. They're going to be looking for that mid to late game. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, AlBalqa have gone for Alistar Kalista, which is the exact opposite of the scaling lane. It's going to be more towards the early game, and it looks like Balqa University might just be looking to end this game even quicker than the previous ones. That's what their picks are telling me so far, and let's see what they're going to ban next.
I'm really glad that they did not go for the Nidalee, because even though the Nidalee as a champion would have been great against the three champions they chose, though the high skill gap required for that champion could make it very, very, very easily turn into a disaster pick. But now let's talk about what's happening. Banning phase, second banning phase now, the first ban for AlHussein. I think they would be very happy to ban the Jarvan or the Echo. Interesting. The Echo. I mean, Echo has been buffed in the last patch, but I don't think he is strong enough to be targeted as a ban. They do ban the Malphite, though, on the side of AlBalqa. And now AlHussein is looking for the second ban. Would be wise to ban something like the Jarvan, the Zinzao, maybe even a Sejuani could be really strong for the combo of AlBalqa. But I don't think they would go for it anyways. They do ban the Jarvan, as we said. Very strong champ, very balanced. Obviously provides a lot of space, a lot of crowd control. And with the middle, it could be a very dangerous duo in the mid lane. And now we are going to choose a top laner and a jungle. Zinzao is still pretty solid. Talon. This would be... Okay. Okay. Now that's actually interesting. The Talon pick. Last time I have seen a Talon pick in the jungle has been a pretty good while away. And it is going to be locked in the Vi again. Alright, they are apparently really comfortable with the Vi Hui picks. I'm not, but if they are, who am I to tell them what to pick? Though I'm not a big fan of it. Still not locked in. Okay, they do lock it in, and now the last pick is going to be their top laner. Probably going to equip this team with something tanky. Maybe the Orin, the Cyan is still a great pick. The Mordekaiser is it is okay, but it's not as tanky. The Mundo would be a disaster if they go for it again. And I don't know, really. Like the pick so far has not been so good, and they do go for the Ornn. And now imagine a Renekton. Darius, okay. Well, not as counter picky as the Renekton, but it is still kind of a counter pick. And what do you think, Sovereign?
I think that the draft for the side of AlBalqa University is more oriented towards the early game, not much scaling, but yeah, with the Renekton lock coming in through, that's going to be a very early game heavy oriented team. So they're going to be looking for the early objectives, the early skirmishes. That's pretty much what their team fighting is going to be looking like, and the fights that they're going to be looking for. On the other hand, the comp of AlHussein University is looking a bit more like a team fight comp than it did last game. We said it looked a bit more like solo queue, but I think I still favor the draft of AlBalqa. It's much more refined. It has a clear purpose in terms of which stage are you going to be playing for, which lanes you're going to be playing towards, and yeah, I think I prefer their team more.
I do have to agree with you. The team of AlBalqa is looking really strong, and as I said from the beginning, the Ornn is not going to be enough to win the game for them. It's not going to be enough to take all the damage, and they did listen to me at the end and pick the Renekton. Good on me for predicting that one. And it is going to be, in my opinion, another AlBalqa win. But I would really love to see HTU here fighting back, because they have been performing very well all tournament long, and it would be really, really sad to see them go out in a sweep, especially like that. But combo wise, I'm really pro Balqa right now.
Yeah, as you said, team composition wise, it really is Balqa favored, and it looks like we're gonna be jumping into game pretty soon. So I think that even with the slightly refined team comp, the individual player difference that we saw last game was quite strong. So it's gonna be a matter of who is gonna pull out ahead with this team compositions. And I also favor Balqa, but again, Ragnar, we shouldn't be too biased when it comes to things like this. And we'll see you in the game. All right, and I think I have one of our favorite things, a pause, which means it's going to be a good game. And I don't think it should take too long here, Ragnar. But, and there we go.
Well, here we go.
Lovely,
Game number
lovely
one.
winter map.
As we see so far from the beginning of the tournament, it is quite impressive to see all teams playing very respectfully. No one trying to invade, no one trying to pull any funky stuff at the start of the game. Though we see the All-Star right now positioned very deep into the bot lane. It would have been very interesting to see Kalista standing with him now, but she's not. And is he going to go for it? Ooh, this is looking really interesting. Solo leveling now, coming from behind. He goes for the Sevier. He pushes her out of the lane. He is going to deal so much damage for him, so I don't know if it's really worth it. But they do lose him 3 minions. Actually, sorry. Oh, wow. Your favorite, Sovereign.
Very much so my favorite. Another Zhonya's pause we have over here. The Alistair tried to go for something of a level 1. I don't want to say engage because it's level 1, you can't really follow up that much. And it turned out fine-ish for the Callista, right? One thing to note is, do you see the Talon on the map, Ragnar? Do you see where he started? He started, I think, on the blue side of the Vi, so he might be looking for an early invade. He might be spotted. There is a ward there, so we might end up seeing a lot more early action than we saw last game.
Well, it is a talent. Although if you really look at his camps, he did not do a single one of his camps. He is going instantly for the blue side of the Vi, which is not the wisest decision because even though if he goes for it, Vi can just walk back into his own blue side and he can get the Talon's blue buff and walk out of it with extra time on the clock. So is it really worth it?
We're gonna find out soon. The reconnect shouldn't be taking too long. I believe that was the cause. And I'm gonna be checking with our technical team why that is in a second. However, we should be back after a quick ad break.
Mystery. Drop the bass and hide away. I count money every day. Darkness in my vision's always night. It ain't ever day. You ain't never close to safe. One step into a real G. Demons in my spirit making choices for a mystery. Drop the bass and hide away. I count money every day. Darkness in my vision's always night. It ain't ever day. You ain't never close to safe. One step into a real G. Demons in my spirit making choices for a
All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas. All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas.
All right, and it looks like we're back into game, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, the last pause of this technical match, and it looks like a couple of autos are going to be traded down in the bot lane. Slightly Hussein technical favor, but if last game taught us anything, Ragnar, is an early lead for either team does not matter much until the junglers get involved.
That is very true. And looking at both junglers in comparison to the bot lane match, I do give the advantage slightly to the Vi, but when we get to the team comp and late game, I think the Talon is going to be doing pretty good. He is dying here. The Alistar gets flashed on under the tower, and so is the Kalista. He is going to fall soon. No, she does not. The Talon is in. He does so much damage. He gets the Sevier, and he is now chasing after the Milio. He is going to jump over the wall, but it is not going to be enough reach. It is 1-for-1. Talon saves the day.
Maybe we can get a replay on that. It looks like a fight in the river for now. It's just going to be a, well, it's Scuttle Crab going for the side of the Talon. So I want to point out the Sivir here blocks the spell shield, the knock-up, and flashes right after the Alistar. Doesn't take too many tower shots. She almost kills the Kalista with the bounce, and then tries to snipe her. The Kalista flashes over the boomerang, and the Talon is able to clean her up. Well played by the ADC of Hussein Technical.
I do want to say though, unfortunately for the Vi, he got his entire blue side cleared off, and he could not get into the blue side of the of AlBalqa University. But the interesting thing is, if you remember, Sovereign, he did have a ward over there, and he still did not see the Talon entering his jungle. So I mean, I'm curious of what happened over there.
Maybe he did see him, maybe not. He's not too far behind in camps, perhaps a camp and a half, maybe a crab as well. However, the Talon is going to be taking his Krugs pretty soon. Slight skirmish in the top lane, nothing too major. I wonder if the Talon is going to try to maybe make something happen. The Renekton is extending this trade a bit longer than is usual for top lane. Looks like there's going to be a fight in the bot lane. The Kalista stacking the spears on top of the Sivir, and he spell shields the Rend. Very well played mechanically by the ADC. I can see why they're trying to ban him out each game. And it looks like the Vi is going to be caught out. The Renekton flash stuns, blocks the Vi Q, and he flashes away. No kills are going to be traded on either side for now, Ragnar. But it looks like a very intense early game. Maybe the Vi biting off more than he can chew? No.
The Vi barely escapes alive there, forced to forced to recall, and now Talon is going to recall. The support is making his way to put some extra vision on the Drake, and it looks like we are going to see a fight pretty soon, Sovereign, and I am way more too excited to see the Kalista and the Sevier in action.
Looks like we're gonna have a fight, or pretty much just the way getting caught out in the mid lane. Doesn't have a spell shield to block the Alistar knockup, but his teammates are here. The Alistar is gonna get ulted by the way. The pop is gonna be there, and that's gonna be one dead Alistar for AlBalqa University. Is the Vi gonna be the next victim? That she is. And it looks like they're looking to run down the remaining members. The Milio does get rooted for now. The Talon, does he have enough movement speed? Gets feared over the wall. Not going to be able to chase him out, but he can parkour. The Kalista catches up with the Milio. No spell shield there as well. But the Sivir is getting free hits, stacking her lethal tempo. Talon gets the kill off on the backside, and 4 kills to the side of AlBalqa University.
Well, good discipline there by the Kalista to be knowing and calculating his damage really great. He is a mathematician, as we saw in game number 1. He calculates his damage, calculates his abilities, and able to get the kill at the last bit of HP. So good on him, and good on AlBalqa University to get 3 kills just like that.
Very much so, Ragnar. And again, the jungler of AlBalqa University. 3-0-1 in the first couple of minutes of the game. And an early lead on a Talon is not something you want to see, especially with the amazing and massive amount of mobility he can bring around going on the map, getting the objectives, and now he's going to use that mobility to go to the side of Hussein Technical's blue side.
That Talon is walking and he is walking with a cow. He is going to be clearing the entire blue side or maybe just a little bit of it then make his way into the grubbies. Either way, that Vi is not having a good game and that Renekton is so much chilling.
Looks like it's going to be a cross map trade of objectives here, but Talon doesn't only get the grubs, he also gets Vi's blue side, at least 2 camps of it here. The Ornn is going to spot him, but there is not much an Ornn can do about that. And another thing to note, they have done a swap on the side of AlBalqa, sending the Renekton down to the bottom lane. He should be getting poked out a lot, and now we see the jungler of Hussein Technical attempting to do the same to the Talon's jungle.
You know, I do want to mention that I think what the Vi has been doing is he's been wasting a lot of time. I'll talk why after we see this potential dive here. They are trying to dive the Renekton, obviously not the easiest champion to dive, but he is kind of low. So they are going to CC chain him. He's going to get the stun off on the Vi and it leaves a 1-for-1. Well played there by Sorry F. Or well, not Sorry F. And I was going to talk about the Vi and why it was not a good try because look at the blue side of Talon right now. The camps just spawned and he did not get anything but a wolf while the Talon got an entire blue side. And look at the camps advantage now towards the Talon.
The advantage is clear and it's big, and it's only going to get worse as he makes his way down to his own blue side and clear the camps that the Vi was not able to take. A 2,000 gold lead advantage for AlBalqa University. However, with the grubs, when you are playing an early game team composition, it's going to be so much easier to get those tower plates and force even more plays on the map.
You know, the interesting part, Sovereign, is the fact that, as we said, AlBalqa University, they don't have the strongest early game combo yet. They are still winning convincingly too in the cross map exchanges and on the map vision and all of that. And I think a lot of it really goes back to this talent, Sovereign. It might have been quite a dangerous pick, but I think it is paying off. I believe I read in the Twitch chat that he is a master player, so it does make sense that he's playing really well. But I do have to give credits where credits is due. That Kalista and that Mill are really doing their job in their lanes.
That they are. They're more early game oriented as champions, and they're using their advantage pretty well. We see the Alistar just poking away the Melio from the ward. Nothing too important here. Dragon is a long ways off, and now we see the mid laner and the Talon of AlBalqa making their way down to the bot lane. They don't see the Talon just yet. The Q follows him over the wall, and it looks like they just might be deciding to walk away and call it for now. The Sivir free hitting, stacking her lethal tempo, and not much goes on from this dive.
It was a pretty nice try, but well played there by the bot lane. Good flash by the Melee to go under his tower and drag the Talon along with him. But I think they wasted a bit too much time on this dive. The Wei pushed his wave and he got a tower plate out of it, and so did the Vi and the Ornn. They did get a kill in the top lane on the Renekton, and now they forced him to TP, which is going to mean that on the next objective, the Renekton is not going to have the TP, and the Ornn is going to have the TP advantage.
Very true, Ragnar. Dragon spawning in about a minute. The Talon is back on the bot lane though. Doesn't have ult. Just came to cancel the recalls and slow their tempo on the map. And he's like, okay, there's a couple of Krugs here. I'll take those as well. Thank you very much.
I'm interested to see, to know how the Vi really how the Talon really knew where Vi was located because he did not have any vision on him yet. He knew they could. Oh, Rington might be a little bit caught here. They are all rotating towards him. I think Hui went the wrong direction, but Vi is now ulting. Hui missed his Q, and now he is throwing his stun, and the Rington has to flash out of it, and he survives the day to tell the story. And good try to collapse. I think they were just a little bit off with the pathing.
Also through Ragnar. Dragon spawning in 11 seconds. And we see the ball lane of Hussein Technical trying to walk up a bit, but they realize that they don't see the other members of AlBalqa University, and Talon is playing as if Vi's jungle is his own. He's waiting in the bush for her. I think she saw him. Not sure. However, the Sivir wave clear is going to be pretty obnoxious to deal with in trying to get the prio. Looks like that might be an engage. The Sivir is trying to kill the Kalista here. Alistar is at the wrong place at the wrong time. They do get 2 for 1 though. Emilio should be pretty dead here. Very much so. 5 kills on the Talon and most likely the Drake as well.
Very good plays, I think, by the Talon. I see why he went for the pick now. He does recognize that most of the champions are pretty slow dashing wise on the side of HTU, and just think of it with me, Sovereign. Imagine every time if the Talon jumps a wall, for Vi to do that, she has to wait 10 seconds and waste her Q to do the thing that Talon does every 2 seconds. So we are seeing here now an attack on the Renekton. He is falling very low and he is going to die here. He has kind of no escape. He does drag it out a little bit more, but he does fall at the end. And yeah, what do you think about the Talon bit, Sovereign?
I think Talon has a lot more mobility, not a lot of skirmishing power, as you said, Ragnar. So if he's able to get on top of the Amelia or the Sivir, or maybe even the Hui, maybe the Alistar is caught here? Question mark, pops the ultimate. He's gonna get a lot of resistances, but I think he's just dead. And yes, he does go down right when the Herald spawned, and it looks like it's gonna be an objective for the side of Hussein Technical. Not as much of a one-sided game like we saw last game, Ragnar.
Might not be kills wise, but so far, AlBalqa is 2,000 gold ahead. Now they are looking to contest this. They are looking to contest it. Long ult by the Vi goes on the mill. The Talon jumps the wall, trying to save his mid laner, and he does so much damage for the Ornn. He has to flash away. But now the ulti comes from the mill, doesn't do much damage, but the Renekton is here and he is looking for a redemption. The Milio pushes him back though, and he is going to survive the day, and they are going to stop them from taking the rift. And here we have a Kalista proxying.
The Kalista has been watching a lot of Bao's FFS, I believe. She's able to do that with the mobility. She probably has a lifesteal as well. And if we look at the gold difference on the champions here, we can see the Talon 1.5 gold lead on top of the Vi. She has similar kills, but he has that farm advantage. When it comes to mid lane, almost also a 1,000 gold lead. That's where the advantage is for the side of AlBalqa for now. And it looks like it's gonna be the Herald going their way as well.
The dangerous part about having this gold lead on the Talon Sovereign is the fact that their champions are too squishy even in the late game, and that's what I talked about in the Champion Select. You can't go this squishy, although the Kalista might be falling here, and she is definitely falling. I think that is a solo kill for Sanon. Yes, it is a solo kill for Sanon. Well played on him. And as I was saying, the Talon has a huge gold lead, and this gold lead is going to mean probably instant death in the late game for all these squishy champions. So all of what I'm thinking of is, okay, the entire gold lead is on the Talon, who is an assassin, and assassins are notorious for falling off in the late game. Well, these are too squishy for him to just fall off easily.
As you said, Ragnar, if he's able to get on top of the squishy targets, they're not gonna be on the screen for long. And we saw the Callista getting caught as an answer to the cross map play, but I think one kill for a Herald is almost going to be worth it for the kill. AlBalqa University already has feats of strength. I'm pretty sure they took the first tower plus 2 objectives, maybe even feats of warfare. So the boot upgrades are going to be very, very valuable later on. But AlHussein Technical has the Ornn upgrades, so maybe he can compensate.
We will see about that, Sanu. And my interesting part is that the fact that he is still trying to fight here the sorry, the Renekton. He does get the kill with the help of his talent, but did you see that damage the Renekton was doing? It's barely any compared to what Ornn is tanking. So it is obvious that Ornn is going to be quite tanky in the late game, but if this keeps going on, if the talent keeps getting all these kills, even if they don't kill. Oh, we are seeing a Hui get almost one-shotted in the bot lane, and he does get one-shotted. Now, the Seaver is hitting everyone. The Vi goes along ulti on the Kalista, and she gets her. Soon does go fall down the Milio, and the Talon presses ult. He gets shut down, though, and that's a huge amount of gold going for the side of Seaver. Double kill for the Seaver. Now, good flash by the Vi, and that's a triple kill. 4 for 1, 4 for 2. For the side of HTU, equalizing the gold a little bit. And now the Seaver is getting a lot more dangerous.
Now we see the Alistar going in here. He messes up the combo, which doesn't send the Sivir exactly where she should be. He actually kind of puts her in a position to just keep free hitting the side of AlBalqa University. The Talon not being able to finish her off, giving her a 1000 shutdown, followed by another kill. That's approximately 2000 gold going over to the side of AlHussein Technical. And even more problematic, it's on the Sivir. That's now 3000 gold ahead on the Kalista.
Now we are seeing a 1v1 attempted here by the Renekton. Obviously, the Ornn does have some pretty tanky items. And the Renekton is dealing a good amount of damage. I don't think it is going to be enough to kill an Ornn, though. Sorry, did I say a good amount of damage? I meant no damage whatsoever. I think Renekton was kind of doing more damage to himself by hitting the Ornn. Now, oh my
That's what
god, the
it's like
Talon
when-
just one-shots him!
He
We have to get
one-shots him, Ranger, and
reinforcement.
now he's running for his life. Barely manages to get out, but that was the Melio. Not the target you want to use all your spells for, especially before another fight could break out.
That is true, Sovereign. But I do have to say, the only objective on the map right now is the Arakan, and it is too risky to start right now. And I think the Talon is going to have all his abilities back up way before the Atacon is even attempted to be started. So I think still it is a good play, and look at the cooldown on the Talon. It is really small. And he's not only getting a kill, now he's getting the entire jungle camp of that Vi. Look at the CS difference. I feel so bad for this Vi.
I'm tempted to feel bad for her as well, Ragnar, but the thing is, even if the Talon is getting ahead, this Sivir is sitting on 3 items here. The Alistar manages to find her, but there doesn't seem to be a follow-up here. And AlHussein Technical, thinking about starting the Atacon, just gonna one-shot the wave with the Sivir. Okay, goes onto the Renekton. They're gonna collapse here. The Ornn ulti comes through, manages to get the Alistar behind the tower, and it looks like they're gonna be going for the Atacon next. But look at mid lane here. The Talon is making a great cross-map play using the Herald, getting 2 towers, and I wonder if he thinks it's too early for the inhibitor or not. Takes a driver's license and hits the second outer tier tower. Are they going to contest without the Talon here? I'm not sure this is a good idea. They try, but no, that's going to be 1 dead, 2 dead.
Oh,
All right, answers with 2 of their own.
The Talon now on the flank. He does get the Milio, and now he has the jump again. He goes for the Seaver. He gets the kill, and now Wei is running for his life. But who are you running for? Not from the Assassin Creed. And he is going to get the third kill, and that is an ace, 2 towers, and a lot of money.
Very well played by the Talon. I just got some external information about what he does besides playing League, and I think he's a janitor because he just came and cleaned up the entire team of Hussein Technical after that fight, after his mid laner got 2 kills. Very well played here. And it's just going to be a matter of, is the Talon going to be able to find these flanks, find these picks before his team gets outskilled?
And that's exactly what we talked about all game long almost. The fact that if Talon gets his hand in the backline, he's not gonna kill one person, he's not gonna kill 2 people, he's gonna kill all 3 carries. And that's exactly what he does. He finds the flank, he finds the targets, and he does not disappoint. His team is definitely proud of him. He continues to do what he does best, invade the Vi's jungle, take what's his, and win the game for his team. So far, the gold lead is 8,000, and that is not only a good gold lead, it's a crushing one.
It really is a crushing gold lead, Ragnar. He has more than double of the Vice farm, a very premium display here, but he does get his ADC caught out in the middle. He's going to get violated. Is the Khalifa going to be able to kite out? She's not able to. The Talon goes in, though, gets the blades on top of pretty much everybody, manages to get the ADC. Is going to get shut down by the Ornn here. The fight is between the front lines now. The Mel is a little bit caught out here with her support. Reddington is on the top side, though, with another cross-map play that we've seen plenty of this game.
Really good fight over there in general. If we can get a replay... Oh, now the Alistar is getting caught. And he goes down. The Milio gets the kill, though, not a huge deal. But if we can get a replay at that last fight to see what went wrong there, would be awesome. But in general, so far, there we go. Here is the replay. They do catch the Kalista at the beginning, and I think the problem is that they still committed for this fight. They do find all this damage on the Sevier, and they do one-shotter, but the Ornn catches the Talon, and he kills them. With the Talon dead, there is no one to finish off all these full HP targets. The Mill does try to get an extra kill, and he does, but eventually, when he falls down, there is just no one on the team to protect him. With the Talon being dead, the backline is doing what they're doing best, damage.
Very true, Ragnar. And I think, okay, the Talon here is just gonna wipe the Milio off the map. Is he gonna be able to get the Sivir as well? Not so far, barely gets out alive. Not very coordinated here, trying to take things into his own hands. But I think that might translate for a dragon. Maybe not. They're scared of Hussein Technical starting the Baron if they do start the dragon. I like the respect here.
Well, now we are seeing them some pings around the Baron, and AlBalqa is shifting towards Drake slowly, so they spot them going towards the Baron. Started here by the Vi, and spotted obviously. Now they see the oh my god, the fight is going to start. The Ornn ult is popped out. Everyone is just basically caught. They're doing so much damage. AlBalqa is falling one by one. Sandra doing so much damage here. The Milio is standing back, healing everyone, and it is going to be a 3-for-1 and a Baron here, potentially taken, but Talon is around for the 50-50.
Eyes on the Talon here. He does go in, and before the Baron is even low, maybe he's just trying to get them off the Baron for now. Looks like that might be the case, but they're just going to start it again. Do they have enough time to pull off this heist? The Talon pushes midwave, circles back around to the pit, doesn't have vision inside of it, gets knocked up by the Ornn. They're trying to peel this Talon off this Baron, gets Vi-ulted, and now he dies, and that's gonna be another 2 kills. Potentially. There we go. One more. Okay. Another 1 kill for the side of Hussein Technical, plus the Baron, but they're still behind in gold.
Really good play there by HTU. They are still behind in gold, but the gap closes and it gets a lot closer. Now we are looking at the talent. He's only, I mean, he is 4,000 gold ahead of his teammate, ahead of his opponent, but he is still very dangerous. And I think the fact, though, that over here in this fight he was not there made a huge difference. And I think AlBalqa should really stop going for fights when Talon is not there, because he's basically their entire gold lead.
A lot of the gold is indeed sitting on the Talon here. But also right now, I just really want to point out, this is very well played from both teams. A closer game than we saw before. And also top tier performance from both teams once again. And you know what also gives top tier performance? You guessed it. AOC Gaming monitors. Make sure to check out all their products and the links in the description. Thank them once again for supporting the stream and making it possible. And now we have the Mel getting collapsed on in the top lane. Being caught out. There she goes. Doesn't even have to expend the Vi ultimate. Talon is on bot lane, so I'm not sure if they want to follow up on this. They do have the Baron buff and they're sieging the base. And Talon is farming.
Yeah. Well, he has been doing very well for the rest of the game, and he is getting pinged by the enemy team. So, even they are not sure what he is doing. He is recalling now, though. They are going to get 2 towers on top lane and so much damage on the Alistar. The Rinch is gonna ulti and go in. He is going to get collapsed on, though. Gets absolutely one-shotted. Now so is the Kalista and the Alistar, last man standing. He flashes into the wall, and now Talon is here a bit too late, trying to save the game, but I don't think he can. I think this could be an end anytime soon. Now she flashes in. She gets the Mel. She falls, and now the mid lane tower is getting sieged. 5 people attacking the mid lane tower, and only Talon left standing. He overwent for the invade, and now he is kind of paying for it with his own blood. They are going to go down for the lower bracket. Kalista leaves the game early. GG's, and that is it for game number 2.
Hussein Technical able to bring the game back around. The Sivir coming online, playing for their win conditions with the reiterated draft, learning from their mistakes in game number 1. We will see you all in game number 3 after a short break.
Bye-bye.
Touchdown. Yeah, it's a song thing. Heading towards the payload.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 between AlBalqa Applied University and Al Hussein Technical University. I am Ragnar, and here Sovereign with me in the draft. First two picks, as always, the Mel and the Wade.
Seems like a lot of the bans are gonna be repeated, Ragnar. Again, Balqa University heavily targeting the ADC, and I honestly can understand why. He's been very dominant on the Sivir, being able to free hit in the fights and get that DPS dished out. So one thing I want to mention, it looks like we're gonna have a substitution for the side of AlBalqa, their jungler seems to have subbed out with Otaku, a man of culture, I see. So back to the picks and bans, we have Mel, Udyr for Balqa, and Yasuo Hui so far for AlHussein. Again, the top lane and jungle bans are going to be coming through. The Braum once again for the side of Balqa. What do you think of these comps so far?
So far, I think the Yasuo has really good potential against the Mel, but he is probably going to be put in the top lane. Or maybe they will play him in the ADC. I am not sure. We will see about that. And so far, from the first three picks, I really like the side of AlHussein Technical University here. The Yasuo and the Nautilus are just some champions that I personally really like to see together, much more than an Udyr. I get that the Udyr has been buffed in the previous patch, but I still don't think he has the potential to be very strong. But we will see. Both teams have been playing off meta in the last two games, so if it keeps going to be off meta, Udyr can potentially be dangerous. We see here the Malphite and the Jarvan bans, Sovereign.
Jarvan and Malphite banned on either side. Again, a lot of respect for the jungle pick here from AlHussein. Targeting the jungle, Balqa targets ADC, but the Malphite is a nice change up to see here. Now we have the Lucian ban coming from the side of AlHussein Technical. And now let's see what the last ban is going to be for AlBalqa. It's going to be the Vi. They don't want any of that pick potential that we saw them use last game. And the Diana Yasuo Hui Nautilus combo. Okay, I think I really like the draft of AlHussein if they lock that pick in. It's very different than their draft from game one, don't you think, Ragnar?
It is definitely a lot different. Now we are seeing the front line. We are seeing two fighters, a mage, and a really good crowd control support in the middle. That is going to be a much more stable, much more reliable combo than the last off meta we've seen, and it is going to be interesting to see how AlBalqa is going to answer with their picks. They go choose the Renekton or not. They are hovering the Xayah. They are going to pick her, and that is a Xayah Braum. Good combo, but is it going to be good enough to deal with the Nautilus and whatever they pick with it?
I mean, I think the Yasuo might end up being Yasuo ADC. Yes, that is the Yasuo ADC. So it's gonna be Braum, Xayah down in the bot lane into Nautilus, Yasuo with the Ornn Diana combo. I think that the draft this time around from the side of AlHussein Technical is much more polished than the draft from AlBalqa. However, the Braum Xayah combo is again very strong in terms of peeling, and with the right setup, we could potentially see them play the fights out even if they're at a bit of a disadvantage.
That is true, but all eyes is on the wind wall. If Yasuo gets a good wind wall, that Xayah is going to be reduced to useless if he gets the right wind wall on the feathers. But we are going to see how the game is going to play out. Obviously, AlHussein is looking much more favorable with this team comp than the last two games, and it is going to be one hell of a third match.
I'm quite excited, Ragnar. It's going to be the last game of our series today. Let's see who's going to be able to close out this series and move towards the finals, where the games, in contrast to this, are going to be a best of 5 and be able to claim the first place. One last shout out to our sponsors, AOC Gaming. Aegon Pro, Saloon, Vibranium, and most importantly, Gen.G. We should be hopping into game pretty soon. And yeah, very excited as well.
All eyes on the substitute, by the way. Okay, so apparently we just got news that we are starting with a pause. So very promising start. So it is going to be about 2 minutes of a technical delay. So please be patient with us. So we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience and thank you, Sovereign, for joining me here on Game 3. It is looking good. Both teams are ready. Both teams are willing to take their place in the finals.
It's great to be here, Ragnar. The last game of the series, I hope it's going to be as exciting as the last two games. Yasuo Nautilus. Combo as old as time itself. Every hook after level 6 is a potential engage. But who are you engaging against? It's a Braum and a Zaya. Strong-ish early game. And after level 6, they have answers of their own. Both junglers going to be starting on the top side of the map, pathing towards the bot lane. So you can definitely bet that the action is going to be back there.
Good first Q by the Yasuo, hitting the Zaya. It's going to deal a little bit of damage, but all eyes today is going to be on bot lane and the jungle. We do want to see how Otaku is going to play. Obviously, he has big shoes to fill, and it is going to be interesting to see how he plays his part into game number 3, the finals qualifier.
Udyr, very different as champion playstyle and performance. It's a bit harder to get it going. Okay, a slight hook on the ball lane. Braum passive is going to be going off. Doesn't look like he has the wind wall yet. Exhaust goes down on the Yasuo. But the ADC of AlBalqa decides to back away. Nothing is gonna turn out from that. A slight trade of sums, a hook, and goes wide. But after the wind wall, after level 3 for the Yasuo, those 2v2s are gonna be much harder for the side of AlBalqa.
I do want to know that it is a Yasuo with an exhaust, which is going to do its part, reducing the damage of the Kai'Sa in the exchanges or even the fights itself. But we are seeing the slight disadvantage in the reach between the Zaya and the Yasuo. She is able to hit them from afar while the Braum is doing his best to keep them far away. That is it. Now we are in the potential gank here. He is recalled.
All right, we have a wave being crashed into the side of Hussein Technical. Not much goes from that little skirmish. Both teams playing a very safe early game in comparison to the previous two games. Neither teams wants to be the first to make the first mistake, give the first blood, or the advantage in the deciding game.
Well, that
Okay,
is
the
a
hook
hook.
goes through.
He does find the hook, but that's the problem when playing Yasuo in the early game. The hooks in the lane are not going to do much damage, and in my opinion, they are better avoided because the hooks he finds are most of the time going to damage him even more. But now the Braum is falling a little bit too down, but he has to flash away, and that's what I was talking about. They will get the first blood. No, they overextend though. The Braum gets a good flash out, and he does survive. Really good hook now, and he flashes for the first blood. Yasuo is now trying to dive the Braum, and he hitting him from the back, and he gets the second kill. Braum gets the kill, and that is worth it. Huge wave crashing under the blue tower, and great start for the bot lane of HTU.
And as you can see here, what started off as a very close 2v2 playing around the wind wall, the Braum stacks passive go onto the Nautilus, but he's not able to finish him off. The exhaust doing so much work here, flashes the Yasuo tornado for now, and it looks like a disengaged, but the Nautilus hitbox is just ridiculous. Yasuo flashes in, is able to find the ADC, and then dashes through all the minions to get the Braum and give the kill to the Braum. Well played by Hussein Technical. It's going to give them the first advantage of the game, and looks like we missed a kill somewhere.
We have missed the kill apparently on the way, but now that Diana is moving in to try and get that kill back, he is going to flash out though. He is dying! And there are two kills! 2v1 by the way for the Mel, and he gets a lot of gold. And now we are seeing another fight popping off on the bot lane. And the Braum with the Udyr, they're going to back off safely. And a huge play by the Mel.
Very well played by the Mel, and when this champion gets ahead in the early game, it usually spells trouble for the enemy team, and there's a lot of ultimates that this Mel could potentially reflect. You have the Ornn, the Hui ultimate as well, it's going to deal a lot of damage if she has a lot of AP. And it looks like the first dragon of the game is going to be going over to the side of AlBalqa University. So far, so good, but it's still everyone's game. Here's the kill that we missed, and it was just, yeah, dead in the bush.
Well, here's the play of the Diana on the Mel. He tries to go for it a bit too much. He gets blocked by the minions, very unfortunate. And he does fall at the end. And 2 kills for the Mel do smell trouble. Another Renekton is on the run. He does spot the Diana, so he's not going to do anything funny. And the Diana is now rotating back to her red buff.
Not much of a gold lead for AlBalqa here, about 900 to 1000 gold. But again, Hussein Technical still has the advantage in clear out 5v5s. And another thing I want to point out is the Renekton value is not much if not paired with an early game aggressive jungler. And Udyr is not that. So the longer that this game goes on, the more value the Ornn is going to be in comparison. Okay, we have the Nautilus getting caught out here by the Udyr, or is it the other way around? Looks like neither is going to be the answer. Both teams walk away, but AlBalqa have control of the river. And the Renekton just 2v1 their top lane and jungle, I'm pretty sure, gets another tower shot. And never mind, he does have value.
Well, really good play by the Renekton up there. He just gets 2v1, then he says, hey, call the ambulance, but not for me. Now he is diving the Ornn. A bit of a... Oh. Now that's a robbery if I ever seen one.
Stand behind Braum so Braum can get the kill. That makes a lot of sense. The Grubs are going to be going over to his team as well. And it looks like AlBalqa University are going to be going ahead with a 2.5-ish gold lead. And back to the bot lane they go. Very good performance from them, even after the substitution. But I feel like the individual members of AlBalqa have stepped up after their jungler has stepped away.
Well, they truly have, and all eyes now are on the Mel. He got that double kill. I wouldn't say by luck. The first kill is definitely a skill, but the second kill came from him as a gift, and he has the choice of how to use it. But what I'm looking at is that gold lead. Well, now I'm not giving much attention to top laners slapping each other like always, but wait, that might get a little bit more written now. What am I talking? Well, anyways, that gold lead in mid lane and CS difference is way too big to ignore, Sovereign.
Very much the case here. The Renekton showing up a bit more than the first couple of minutes of the game, trying to find that value in the early game pick. He did find a lot of value in that 2v1, not gonna lie. And it looks like in bot lane, a couple of spells going to be traded back and forth, but neither team wants to commit any further. Dragon is going to be hitting the map in about a minute, and a hook goes onto the Braum, but a hook on the Braum means nothing. The Nautilus waits for the Braum shield to go in. It looks like they're going to be trying to focus the Braum down here, but the Udyr is here. Yasuo dashes in and flashes away, manages to find the Braum in the back, and then the Diana is here as well. That's two. And maybe even three for the side. No answered by the feathers and the flash pull. It's going to be 2-for-1 kill for Hussein Technical. And they're going to be able to crush the wave as a result.
Well played by Hussein Technical over there, and I do want to say also well played by the Xayah to be able to get the kill and escape, making it a bit less of a loss. But I think in general that Yasuo is doing really good in this fight and in the lane in general. The Nautilus dodges the Braum Q and gets the ult off on the Xayah, which causes quite a disturbance. And when Yasuo gets the ulti off on Xayah, everything turns out from then downhill. And Diana also gets the ulti on both the on both the Braum and the Udyr, making it even harder for them to fight.
Very well played indeed, using the Diana Yasuo combo. It looks like the Yasuo might be getting caught out here in the ball lane. His teammates are close, but they're doing the dragon for now. Tries to dash, gets interrupted. Is he going to be able to walk out here? The Nautilus hitbox does not go through this time around. And it looks like it's going to be a trade of the Yasuo for the dragon. Would you say that's worth?
If he don't die here, it would be worth. But I don't think that's happening. He is dying here. And I think that's an angle. I think that's an angle to even get more waves pushed, to even get more tower plays. So no, I don't think that was worth. I think if the Nautilus just walked back a bit earlier, it would have been. But now the Diana is potentially getting caught. He recognizes the danger. Is he greedy or not? Well, they also is coming though, so they are going to fall back, calling the playoff. Smart by them, play safe, play by the book, and you will never get caught.
Looks like that might hold true for now. Diana goes in, finds the two-man wombo combo with the Yasuo. That's why they drafted those champions. Find 2 kills for Hussein Technical, and looks like the Udyr not going to be able to do much to help out whatsoever. And 2 kills for the side of Hussein Technical, refusing to let the game just snowball for AlBalqa.
Very well said. They are indeed fighting back and fighting heavy. 2,000 gold lead now to the side of Balka, and they are getting a good hook on the mill over there, canceling the recall. That is so much value, but now that the Huey got chunked himself, the value is going to drop a little bit of that cancel, so she is going to push the wave and probably take another safe recall. But now they are moving into the jungle and they're looking at Diana with hungry eyes. And Diana
Okay,
does
Diana
get
looks
caught.
like she might be getting caught. Yeah, she did. She
Hello.
did get caught. All right, and we have the Herald spawning in 30 seconds. And looks like the river is going to be under the control of AlBalqa University. With, well, the ball lane of Hussein Technical is just going to be there for now. Okay, there looks to be a dive on the Ornn. He spots the Braum, and looks like he's just going to walk away.
He is going to walk away so gently. I like the fact that he is not overextending. He does recognize the fact that his ADC can play safe with his ulti, and he does have a flash pretty soon, and he does have the barrier, so there is no need for him to be around, no need for him to go for any weird plays. Take the objective, stay around your jungle, make sure he does not get killed or stolen, and just pretty much as I said earlier, Sovereign, play by the book and you'll never be disappointed.
They have been playing by the book, mostly the Mel and the Renekton. We have a swap possibly being reversed here. Dragon is not going to be up for a while. So a 3,000-ish gold lead for AlBalqa University. It's just going to be the two teams trying to push their leads even further on their respective champions. We have the Mel, almost a 3,000 gold lead. Well, 2,000 gold lead over the Wei. The Xayah behind in gold, on the other hand, about 1,000. Braum has 2 kills for some reason. We discussed why that is. And the Renekton is going to be 1k gold up with equal gold in the jungle. Slight gold lead, but not enough to decide the game just yet.
You have to say though, they cannot pick a fight here. Their Odir is sitting on 2,000 gold, so any fight here would be pretty much under-equipped for the Udyr. So it would be wise of him to recall and then come back on the Drake that is spawning in 40 seconds. And we are going to see another big fight soon. Ornn trying to pick some trouble with the crocodile.
The fight was not picked, as you said, top lane, off tanks, even if there is a Renekton, both full HP, even if they do use a few spells, it's not going to change that much. And now both teams entering the river, looking for points of control, looking to control the choke points leading into the dragon that just spawned.
So far so good. Rift Herald spawned in the mid lane. They are going to try to get it, but I don't think it is going to be enough. But that gives them enough time to go and start the Drake. And they are not doing enough damage to the Drake. Xayah is now moving back, but she is half HP, so that does sound pretty dangerous. Renekton now TPing in, so is the Ram, and now everyone is trying to pick a fight. Renekton is in the wrong position at the wrong time. Yasuo ult being spent here. Braum ults as well. And everyone is getting damaged on the side of HTU. It's not looking good so far, but they are going to pull off the fight. That Mel doing so much damage though by Balqa. And it is going to be a 3 for 2. Sorry, 4 for 2. And the Drake is going to be taken by HTU.
A very messy fight overall. Both the teams pretty split up on either side. However, the Renekton tries to TP behind, but like we saw in the second game, I believe, he TP'd to the wrong place. Not a lot of coordination this time around. So it's gonna be a winning fight for HTU, closing that gold lead even a bit more. Only 1.5 gold up, which is probably on the Mel, but gold extra on the Mel is exactly where you want to see the gold.
That is true indeed, but now that Yasuo in that last fight was actually pretty scary. He did so much damage with the Diana, and he just has so many opportunities to get to the backline without concerning himself. If the Ornn hits his ulti, the Yasuo is in the backline. If the Diana gets an ulti, the Yasuo is in the backline. And if the Nautilus reaches in, the Yasuo is in the backline, and the Yasuo is getting caught here. I think I jinxed him, Sovereign. Oh, he's not getting caught. I think he is the one who caught him. He leaves with a 1-for-1. The tower does fall. But that's exactly what I'm saying. So much damage on the Yasuo. You can't just attack him, and he's pretty dangerous.
He is dangerous, Ragnar. However, the Mel is what I'm gonna be focusing on for the next fights. If she's able to reflect the Hui ult or the Ornn horn, is gonna be quite massive for the side of AlBalqa University. The Xayah, not so important yet. She is important, but when she gets that 3-item power spike, that's when she's really gonna come online. And as I mentioned before, the longer this game goes on, the less value this Renekton is going to have. And so far, 1-1 and 2 with 30 CS gold lead. Not bad, but not the performance you want to see in Game 3.
That is indeed the case. The Renekton should have been much stronger, and I think I would have preferred a more team fight based champion than Renekton, because Renekton does do very well in the single target fights. But now, what is this guy doing there? Well, the Ornn is trying to fight here. He does use his ulti, and he hits the jungle, and now Udyr is getting caught. Spent here, ulti by the Xayah. The Diana does fall though by the Mel, and the Mel is just standing back, hitting everyone. And the Yasuo now gets to her. He gets the kill on her, and he is going to survive. And that looks like another con. Renekton is here though. He has Udyr. They do jump on the Nautilus. They're doing pretty much a lot of damage, but he is going to Spider-Man his way out. But there is no escape from this crocodile. He is angry and he is looking for more kills. He is quite squishy though, so there's going to be a lot of poke damage. I don't think they should be starting the Atacon here, because that way is behind them and he is going to deal damage. He's not gonna leave them alone to take it. And Diana is coming back now. They are going to leave it. Or not. HTU taking over the Atacon now. Smite goes over by the Diana. They do secure it. Now Diana jumps in. She gets 3-man ulti. And the Yasuo ultis himself. He does fall, but he deals a lot of damage. And now AlBalqa is fighting back. Still doing so much damage. And the Udyr is doing his job perfectly. Doing so much damage now. But the Mel is falling for the Ornn. He's not hitting anyone. And the Ornn now is ulting her. She is gonna W his ulti. He flashes over, securing the kill. And now You have a Nudir trying to catch up to a Huey, doesn't go so well, and Balka turn the fight around, though they do lose an Arakan.
They lose the Arakan and a lot of members on their team. Most importantly, the Arakan does go the way of HTU, which means that the longer these fights go on and the more kills there are, the more XP and adaptive force they're going to have. The Yasuo almost done with the Infinity Edge. He has the Nautilus with Knight's Vow, one of my favorite items. And as we saw there, the Diana Yasuo combo, if executed well enough, the Xayah and the Mel, or whoever it is that gets caught, does not have enough time to press her ultimate and try to move away. And it's going to be Soul Point going to the side of AlHussein Technical University.
Great stuff here right now in game number 3. Both teams playing as expected to secure their position in the finals. Now we're seeing Balka stacking up in the bush, trying to get a flank, and they will get a flank here. They do jump the Nautilus. Now the ulti is back. The combo repeated yet again by the Diana and the Yasuo, though the Yasuo is going to fall this time. Mel is last hitting everyone. He got his items. He got his power spike. He is doing the damage. He gets 3 people killed. Ornn trying now to get something done, but he cannot. Look at this damage by the Mill, shredding everyone. They just jump in, and now the Kaiser is trying to clean up. Their Ornn is going to fall, and so is the Braum. No, he does not, but Otaku might too. And they all survive. 4 for nothing.
Very well played fight here. We see that the Diana Yasuo combo is trying to do something here, but the Mel was just unhit on the sidelines, dishing out her DPS, getting her stacks on all the members of HTU, getting a fight, a clean fight for her team, and now they're looking to get the Baron off of that fight right now.
You know, the thing that we did not talk enough about, and I think we kind of missed that point, is that Balka has so much AU that sorry, they have so much AOE damage on their team comp, while HTU, their whole team comp is basically Diana jump in, Yasuo ult, and that puts 2 of their main champions right in the line of fire if they miss one of the carries.
Very, very true, Ragnar. Now we can see the Mel sitting on, well, 12,500 gold, Udyr, 10,000, and the Renekton not too far behind on his own, at least not from the Mel, 11,000 and some change. All these champions are online as online can get. As for the Xayah, she's sitting on 2k. I believe she should have the 3 items now, especially after the Baron. So let's see what Balka is going to do with this Baron buff, how they're going to distribute their members on the map. Is it going to be a 1-3-1, or is it going to be an ARAM down mid lane to close out the series?
You know, Balka has so much AoE damage, but do you know what rhymes with AoE? That is right, AOC. Thank you, AOC Gaming, for supporting the tournament. Follow their Instagram channel for the latest promotions and product launches, and check out their products in Amazon, link in the stream description down below.
Lovely, lovely sponsors, and a lovely plug as well. And now we see the Renekton potentially getting caught out of the top lane. There's nobody even remotely close to help him out. He does have the flash though, and it looks like he's just going to be able to walk out. Doesn't flash or use the blast cone just yet. And that might be a very big mistake there, because his team does have the Baron. And now when he's dead, they're not going to have as much pressure.
That is true indeed. Getting caught over there was not the best scenario, but now they are all hiding in a bush, waiting for someone to step in. Though they do recognize that they might be a far off target. They do try to go for the Ornn, though I don't like how far ahead the mill is standing. They are kind of stacked up. The Braum jumps in. He does find the Diana, but now the Orange is going to ult. Everyone is jumping on top of everyone. They also gets his ult off. The Braum flashes to not hurt his own teammate, but I think it's too late. HTU is doing so much damage. Their carries are still alive. The mill is going to fall now. And only one alive right now is the Zaya. And she is now free hitting. She gets the triple kill. And now they are running away, trying to survive. If that Zaya gets to them, she is going to deal so much damage. And it's exactly what you talked about, Sovereign. The 3 items power spike on the Zaya, securing the game and making sure that they are still on the lead.
And now she's looking to secure the soul of Saint Technical, denying that very obnoxious buff going over to their side. She's gonna have even a lot more gold. Perhaps she's even gonna finish her 4th item when she goes back to base. Another close, scrappy fight. And the longer the game goes on, the longer the death timers. So eyes are gonna be on the Baron. It's still in 2 minutes. And if either team missteps on the map, it might be the next mistake that decides this series and decides who moves on to the finals.
I don't think it's going to be the team stepping off of his map, Sovereign. I think the real issue is going to be in any character, any player getting caught around the map is probably going to mean a huge difference in the rest of the game. So both teams have to play very safely around the map. They do not need to overextend. They do not need to mess anything up in the upcoming minutes because it is just so sensitive. You can't mess this up.
The stakes are high, and I'm sure the stress of the players is even higher. Almost everyone in the game is online now. So we have the Yasuo with 13,000 gold matching the Zaya way a bit further behind than the Mel. But as a Hui player, not myself, but I know plenty of those and I've played against many, you don't need that much gold. If you land the proper combo and you get that passive bouncing off several people, you can still deal a lot of damage. So the next fight, eyes on the Hui, Yasuo, and Diana. The main damage dealers on the other side of the fight, the Zaya, the Mel, and possibly the Renekton.
It's good to see that both teams are not air-rimming the rest of the game. They are still opting to get Vision around the Baron that is spawning in 5 seconds now. Both teams are looking for this fight. Both teams are hungry for this win. They do not want to play in the lower bracket. They do not want to face Philadelphia potentially. They want the free path. And both teams are going to decide their fate on the upcoming fight.
In the mid lane, well, not much other places you can be right now. The Baron is on the map and looking to get priority over the lane. Who's gonna be the team to pull the trigger first? The Renekton dashes in a bit too far ahead. The Mill lands the root on 3 members of HTU. Everyone presses R at the same time. There was no way for me to see any of that. And the Zaya is trying here. The Mel damage here, I believe, was the cause. We're gonna check in the replay. That was too quick. But it looks like AlBalqa University able to get that winning team fight off the Mel route.
Well played there, AlBalqa. If we can get the replay after the game, would be really good. But I believe it was the Mill. She pulled the trigger. She stayed out of the mess. And as soon as everyone jumped on top of everyone, the Mill just pulled the trigger, all her abilities at everyone. She found them, and the Zaya survived to deal extra damage on top. They do the win, get the win. They qualify for the finals. Crying B AlBalqa University at the last game.
Very well played by Balka University, especially the Mel. We talked about how much value she could be, the reflects on the Orn ultimates, and then the last fight, finding the 3-man route, I believe, into the Braum ultimate. It was a lot of value and a lot of damage, and is gonna be able to get her team over to the finals to compete for the title of the winner of the Gen.G Collegiate Cup Season 2. Well played, great effort by both teams, and I hope to see you all in, well, the other semifinals and in the finals. It's been great having you, Ragnar.
All I want to say for you, dear viewers, is have a blessed night and enjoy your tomorrow.
See ya.
Okay.